Good evening, everyone. This is Evansville Otters Baseball on the Otters Digital Network and the Evansville Otters YouTube channel. As tonight, the Evansville Otters begin a long road trip, to say the least. 10 games in 11 days. Tonight, that journey starts on the road to our west in Sauget, Illinois, at the home of the Gateway Grizzlies, the GCS Credit Union Ballpark. We want to thank you for tuning in here tonight on the Evansville Otters pregame show. Preston Leinbach here with you tonight on the call. We'll do our best to bring you the action, as once again we are broadcasting remotely to try to bring you all the action of the Evansville Otters as they make their push for the postseason. Only a couple weeks left. Again, they have this long road trip coming up in the next week and a half before Evansville comes back home on September 7th through the 12th for what will be their final homestand in the regular season, as well as the last week in the 2021 Frontier League regular season. So once again, Evansville on the road here tonight at the Gateway Grizzlies. And for Evansville, the best record in the Frontier League still up to this point. They've been able to hold that title for much of this season. The Otters record 48 wins, 32 losses for first place in the West Division. For their West Division foe here tonight, the Gateway Grizzlies, they are in the cellar going into tonight's game at 34 wins, 46 losses. These two teams very familiar with each other, not only because of being divisional opponents, but also just seeing each other a week ago at Bosse Field, where Evansville won 2 of 3 against the Grizzlies. The Grizzlies came out on Friday a week ago. They took the series opener over the Otters, as Evansville was in the midst of that losing skid, the scoreless inning streak offensively, but then they bounced back on Saturday, winning 14-1, if you remember, getting a lot of walks early against tonight's starter for Gateway, Jordan Barrett, the left-hander, was on the mound a week ago. He'll be on the mound again tonight. And then Evansville went out on Sunday in the series finale, and they took that game as well to win the series at Bosse Field, 2 games out of 3, which is usually the recipe for success, to have a winning record throughout the regular season. Evansville has done that for the most part to get to their 48-32 mark. And of course, as I mentioned, the Otters making their push for the postseason. This year, it's a little different, as the regulations were made back during the middle of winter in the offseason, in hopes of one, just having a regular season this year after a canceled season last year, but amidst the pandemic. And so only the division winners, will be 4 teams of each division. The champions will make the postseason. No wild card teams this year. We'll see if that changes as things get back to normal and going back to a regular setting for the Frontier League into next year. But right now, we'll take a look at the division standings. First, for the West Division, your Evansville Otters on top, 48 wins, 32 losses. They're a game and a half ahead of the Florence Yalls. The Yalls stand at 46-33. In third place, shortly behind them at 2.5 games back of the Otters, the Southern Illinois Miners, 46-35 record. And that's kind of interesting because the Florence Yalls and Miners are slated to go up against each other in Florence this weekend. And at last check, and let me update the scoreboard here real quick. Those 2 teams were in a rain delay. We'll see if they've resumed. They have not. Still delayed due to rain in Florence. So if you're an Otters fan, who do you want to win that game? Well, think of it this way. Just have the Otters win their game against the Grizzlies here tonight, and then it doesn't matter if the Miners or Yalls win that matchup in Florence. And then again, back to the standings, the Grizzlies are at the bottom at 34 and 46, 14 games out. Looking at some of the other divisions here real quick, the Atlantic Division, it kept Quebec on top 42-38. Tri-City Valley Cats next up, a game and a half back at 40-39. Followed by the New York Boulders, 5 games back at 37-43. Going to the Central Division, the Schaumburg Boomers on top. That would be Evansville's theoretical matchup in the first round of the postseason if the season ended today. The Boomers are 42-38. The Thunderbolts, who we just saw in Evansville this week of Windy City, 5 games back of the Boomers at 37-43. They were able to salvage 1 game out of that 3-game set against the Otters at Bosse Field during the midweek. And that was last night in the series finale, spoiling the hopes of Evansville of getting the sweep. In third, the Lake Erie Crushers, 35-45, 7 games back. We'll see them in the last weekend of the home season, in the regular season as well. And then fourth place in the Central Division, the Joliet Slammers, 29-50, 12.5 back. They'll be the midweek matchup for the Otters in that next homestand before the Crushers come to town. And the last division to cover, the Northeast Division, Sussex County, the Miners, 45-33 on top, followed by the Washington Wild Things, who have really strung together a nice streak here lately, 8-2 in their last 10. They're only 2 games back of Sussex County. And then in the basement for the Northeast, the New Jersey Jackals at 32-46, 13 back. So that's a look at the standings. And then once again, the scoreboard watch here tonight. Lake Erie and Schaumburg are battling it out in Schaumburg. Sussex County and Tri-City. As I mentioned, the Miners and Y'alls in a rain delay. It kept Quebec and Washington facing off from Wild Things Park. Here in just a little bit at the top of the hour, the Slammers and Windy City Thunderbolts will get underway from Crestwood, Illinois. And then also delayed to rain right now, the Boulders of New York and the New Jersey Jackals. Returning our attention back to tonight's matchup, the Grizzlies and the Otters. For Evansville, things looking good for them. Again, coming off of a series win against Windy City at home. A 4-2 homestand overall in that last 6-game stretch at Bosse Field. For Evansville, they won their game last night. They fell in last night's game 9-5 as Windy City again salvaged one game out of that series. Evansville took the first 2. Most notably, though, coming out of that series, one, the return of Josh Allen. He's in the lineup once again tonight. But 3 hits in last night's game, a pair of RBIs. His first home run since putting back on the Otters uniform. And then Jeffrey Baez, the other acquisition from Kane County, a pair of hits last night and another home run, as he had a home run in each of those 3 games against the Thunderbolts. Rough outing last night for Austin Gossman, so Evansville starting pitching will hope to get back on track here tonight. They'll have the right-hander Tim Holgrafer on the mound. Last time out yesterday, a doubleheader, a twin bill up in Schaumburg for the Grizzlies. And they fell in both of those games, 5-1 to the Boomers and 2-0. They just could not get any offense going, which we do know that there's a little bit of pop in the lineup for Gateway, and nothing to say the least, especially when they're at home, where it plays a little friendlier to the offense. Tonight on the mound, as I mentioned, Jordan Barrett, the left-hander, will be taking the baseball for the Grizzlies and opposing Holgrafer for Evansville. We'll step aside, take one quick break, and then we'll come back with starting lineups and first pitch here on the Evansville Otters Digital Network and YouTube channel.
We love our kids and want them to be healthy. After all, a healthy child can make for a happy child. That's why Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield offers health insurance for children up to age 18 at low or no cost. From doctor visits to dental care, Anthem is here to put resources at your fingertips and simple solutions within your reach. And that is something to smile about. Call 1-800-403-0864 to enroll today. To learn more, visit anthem.com/inmedicaid.
Getting ready and keeping fit for baseball season is hard work. That's why you'll find Evan at Bob's Gym. Getting fit, having fun, being an Otter. Be like Evan. Try a free 3-day pass at Bob's.
Fix up your home with Heritage. Our home improvement financing options can help you change your home now and pay for it over time. Upgrade your home. Make home repairs. Remodel a kitchen. Build a new deck. Add a new room. Remodel your bath. Update appliances. Whether it's a small weekend project or a large renovation, Heritage Federal Credit Union can help you finance your improvements today. Fix up your home with Heritage.
Before you danced the first dance. Before you walked down the aisle. Before the tables were set with care. Before you penned a single invitation. Before the day that went beyond your wildest expectations. There was the little green box from Brinker's Jewelers for befores and happily ever afters.
If you're looking for a liquor store in Evansville, look no further than Liquor Locker. The Liquor Locker has the best selection at the best prices, including the largest craft beer and bourbon selection in the area. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff will help you find the beer, wine, and liquor you need for any occasion. And check out the fine selection of cigars at all Liquor Locker stores. Liquor Locker is now open Sundays 12 to 8 p.m. and offers citywide delivery. Visit one of our 10 conveniently located stores in the Evansville area today. There is always something for everyone at the Liquor Locker.
Cheer up, Evan. This rain will be out soon. You should download the 14 First Alert app and see for yourself. You can see what's coming up to 7 days in advance, or you can break it down hour by hour. Check out live radar so you can see what's happening in real time. And you can watch 14 News live directly from the app. See, there's nothing to worry about.
Stay in the game with the 14 First Alert app.
Just finishing up pregame ceremonies as well as the national anthem. You're listening to Evansville Otters Baseball on the Otters Digital Network and the Evansville Otters YouTube channel. We want to thank our colleagues over in Gateway for their assistance in helping making our remote broadcast possible. We want to thank them for all their hard work and effort. As we're getting set for first pitch, once again, it's Jordan Barrett on the mound for Gateway. For Barrett, 67 1/3 innings pitched this season, 70 strikeouts, but 60 walks, and that was his Achilles heel a week ago, last Saturday against Evansville at Bosley Field. 8 walks, a team total of 14 by the end of it for Gateway. Making his 15th start on the year, 3-6 record. His earned run average stands at 6.68. Opposing batters are hitting .267 against Barrett. And tonight, some themed uniforms for the Grizzlies. It's a mix of white with orange, green, light blue, and dark blue stripes as they take the field. Barrett finishing up his warm-up tosses. And again, for Evansville, staying at the top, 48-32. Gateway 34-46, both in the West Division. Evansville on top, Gateway at the bottom. The wind is blowing out toward right field at Gateway, so if you're a left-handed batter, even more power to you. It's a short porch toward right field, so it's usually easier for the left-handed batters anyway, but with that wind blowing out toward right field and Gateway, might see some even long balls possibly clear the entire ballpark. We'll see. And of course, in left field, they have the tall wall in left field at GCS Ballpark. We're getting set. Top of the first inning, first pitch. Digging in will be Elijah McNamee, the right fielder tonight for Evansville. Wears number 9. Evansville wearing their road grays with Evansville across the chest. And the first pitch of the game outside for ball 1. For Elijah, .318 average this season. He's been well above that 300 mark for the majority of the season. Takes ball 2 down and away, 2-0 the count. For McNamee, 12 doubles, 2 triples, 7 home runs, so a lot of extra base hits as well. 39 driven in. He's also crossed the plate 55 times. That's a low strike called. Count now, 2 balls, 1 strike. Just underway here on the Otters Digital Network. Preston Leinbach here with you tonight on the call. 3-1 as that one also misses away outside. A little bit more here on Elijah here in a second. After this pitch, the 3-1. Inside for ball 4. And if we were at Bossy Field, that would be a Deerhead Sidewalk Cafe and Bar. So Elijah, that finished out his numbers, a .421 on-base percentage. That now will be bumped up with the walk to lead off the game. Slugging .453 with an .873 OPS on-base plus slugging percentage. So that will bring up Josh Allen. He's at second base tonight, returning to the lineup earlier this week as he switched uniforms from the Kane County Cougars to his original uniform in the Evansville Otters. Of course, when he arrived, it was a new look Otters uniform for him when he got to his locker. So he takes strike 1. Last time Allen was in an Otters uniform, 2017. Back then, Evansville was still wearing the maroon tops, navy tops, and white tops. Check on McNamee at first base. Allen starting for the 4th straight game as when he arrived in Evansville on Tuesday. He was the DH and has played second base since. Off to a good start since his return with the club. An OPS of 1.371, but a .455 batting average. Next pitch on the 0-1, fouled back. 1 ball, 1 strike. And for Allen, he hit his first home run last night against Windy City since returning to Evansville's lineup. It was a solo shot early in the game, the first inning, to give Evansville the lead. He's driven in a total of 3 runs so far in the last week, last 4 games. The 0-2. High and away, Allen lays off. 1 ball, 2 strikes. McNamee stands at first base with a leadoff walk to start the game. On deck, Jeffrey Baez. We'll talk more about him, but he's also gotten off to a good start in his young Otters career since being acquired by the club from Kane County as well. The 1-2 fought off by Allen. He'll stay alive on the foul ball. As the defense playing mainly straight up, maybe slightly toward the opposite side with the 2-strike count. Barrett, another check on McNamee, back standing up. The 1-2 pitch. Above the shoulders, 4 ball, 2 evens the count. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Talking about the rough outing for Barrett last week. Lasted only 3 innings. 2 runs, 2 earned. There's a 2-2 on its way. Outside, full count 3-2. Which doesn't seem like a whole lot of runs, but yet the pitch count got up so quickly because of his 8 walks. Had trouble with his command early and often. And what would be a 14-1 win for the Otters. Only allowed the 2 hits, but again, the 8 walks, and by the end of it, the Grizzlies had walked 14 Otters in that game. As Barrett's in his 2nd season with the Grizzlies. First year was in 2019 where he went 4-6, 4.37 ERA. A little rough stretch this year as he walks Allen. So here we go. The first 2 have reached for Evansville with back-to-back walks. And for Cam Roth, the manager of the Gateway Grizzlies, who is known as one of the best when it comes to pitching in the Frontier League, a guru if you will, has to be shaking his head already. So that will bring in Jeffrey Baez. I mentioned him a moment ago. Acquired by the Otters for the deadline early in the week for transactions from Kane County of the American Association. Kind of had to find his niche last week in an Otters uniform, but during the midweek against Windy City, we'll say he did just that. As the runners take off, And the pitch cannot be handled by the catcher Regno behind the plate. Looks like it was a called strike to Baez. So now runners at second and third, scoring position already for Evansville in the top of the first inning. For Baez, a .458 average in his 7th game with the Otters. 7 runs scored, pair of doubles, 3 home runs, 1 home run in each of the 3 games against Windy City this week. And that one's way outside. 1-1 the count. Blasted one Tuesday, hit another monster shot on Wednesday, and then just for good measure, left the yard on Thursday as well. And all 3 of them are really no doubters. 6'1", 236 for Baez, the size, and he has a lot of power. A big batter in the box for Evansville from the right side. Swings and misses on the cut. 1 ball, 2 strikes now the count. 5 RBIs now through the first 6 games for Baez. Surprising speed as well, 2 stolen bases, but also seeing him play in center field at times and covering a lot of ground. He's in left field tonight, though. He'll play toward the left field corner. Rolls over that one toward the shortstop. Over across the diamond, the runners will stay put for the first out. Baez retired, the shortstop, Justin Jones, making that play. So McNamee at third, Allen at second. Top of the first inning, scoreless. Just getting started on the Otters Digital Network and the Evansville Otters YouTube channel. As the Otters are on the road at GCS Ballpark, Sauget, Illinois, taking on the Gateway Grizzlies. Riley Crane will step in. Fouls this one back. So we'll take a moment to look at the rest of the lineup. We've seen McNamee starting at right, Allen at second base, Baez in left. Now Crane, he's at first base. Batting 5th on deck is Gary Mattis. He's at third base tonight. Number 45, J.R. Davis, will be the designated hitter, batting 6th. Batting 7th, the shortstop, number 2, Andy DeJesus. Catching and batting 8th, number 24, Justin Felix. And batting 9th in center field, number 6, Miles Gordon. Rounding out the order for Andy McCauley and the Evansville Otters. This is after that last pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike the count now to Riley Crane. That one jammed him a little bit, fouled it back. 1 ball, 2 strikes, going up and in. Again, that's the offensive lineup, and as well as the defense will set in the bottom half of the inning. That will be behind Tim Holgrafer on the mound, the right-hander for Evansville. Again, the lineup set by Otters manager Andy McCauley in his 12th overall year with the Otters, 11th season, depending if you count last year, which before the canceled season, he was doing his job and going out and finding players to add to the roster. Just never had a chance to take the field last year. As Crane hits a fly ball to center, it'll be caught for the second out, but it's deep enough for McNamee to trot on in from third base, and the Otters take the early 1-0 lead. Allen stays put at second. So a productive out from Riley Crane. We've seen a lot of those kind of outs this past week from the Otters, just being balls that have been put into play, giving the team a chance to at least produce runs and a small ball type of approach. A lot of sacrifice flies this past week, which you'll always take when you can get them. So now the first pitch to Gary Mattis, the third baseman, down and away on the breaking ball. It's 1-0. For Mattis, a .288 average. 14 RBIs since joining the club, 14 stolen bases, had 3 swipe bags last night. That one way outside, Regno having to dive across to his right to keep that one from going to the backstop. So once again, looks like the control issues may be a problem here tonight for Barrett. The 2-0. Little half-hearted swing, foul tipped, 2-1 now. Kerry Mattis has reached base successfully in the last 14 games. Looks at ball 3, 3-1. And in total, he actually stole 6 bases in the series against Windy City. The guy behind him also has reached base successfully at a consistent rate lately. J.R. Davis on deck, the DH. He's reached base successfully in 10 consecutive games. And there's another walk, the third of the first inning. Mattis will take his place at first base on the 3-1 that missed. So Mattis at first, Allen at second, J.R. Davis coming to the plate. 2 outs, 1-0 lead for the Otters in the top of the first inning. The sun starting to set at GCS Ballpark. Sunny skies. Clear weather, which here in Evansville had a little bit of a rainstorm pass through earlier in the afternoon. And first pitch to Davis misses 1-0. And again, it just looks like that fastball command is not there for the lefty Barrett on the mound. And that one almost went to the backstop. And again, Regno dives to save it. Now he's going to have a conversation with his pitcher. And that'll give us a chance to set the defensive lineup here real quick for the Grizzlies. In the outfield, Connor Owings in left, Dustin Woodcock in center, Jay Prather in right. Going to the infield on the left side, Abdiel Diaz at third, the shortstop Justin Jones. On the right side of the infield, Jose Rosario at second, and Chase Vallo at first. And they get Andres Regno behind the plate, the backstop for Jordan Barrett on the mound. To 2-0. Above the letters for ball 3. Overall, Davis, the batter for Evansville, hitting .310 this year. 7 home runs, 48 RBIs. And that's another walk. Ball 4 on 4 straight pitches. Bases will now be loaded as Allen goes to third, Mattis to second, and again, Davis to first. Again, 70 strikeouts on the year for Barrett, but the ratio not there as he had 60 walks going into today's game. And that's 4 walks already here just in the first inning. So as the line keeps moving in the top of the first, Andy DeJesus looks at ball 1, the shortstop for Evansville. DeJesus got the day off yesterday, which with Evansville and the depth that they have around the infield between Crane, Mattis, Davis, DeJesus, Josh Allen now in the fold. Evansville can afford to kind of rotate the guys around and try to get them some rest here, especially in the dog days of summer this late in August. I mean, again, you want to keep your push for the postseason and play hard, but you want to keep these guys fresh so that way if you do get to that point late in the last week or in the postseason, you want these guys not to be worn down. As DeJesus looks at a strike, 1 ball, 1 strike the count. Next pitch, breaking pitch, catches the low part of the zone at the knees for a strike, 1-2. And Barrett jumps ahead, something we haven't said often here early in the game at the top of the first. DeJesus with also a 300 average, 304 to be exact. Pair of home runs, 27 RBIs. Fouls this one off. Count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bases loaded. It's a 1-0 lead already for the Otters in the top of the first inning. Nice, decent crowd at GCS Ballpark. So they had some nice promotions going on this weekend. believe at one point this weekend, they're supposed to have an appearance from Ted Simmons, the former Cardinal. Of course, just across the river from St. Louis, the GCS ballpark. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count. So when you look at Evansville's current lineup, including the 2 new guys, if you could say that this past week, Baez, Allen, McNamee, Davis, DeJesus, all hitting above 300. Count goes full 3-2. 3-2 count, 2 outs. The runners will get the jump start. DeJesus, you got to be smart here. Yeah, you might get something to hit, but then again, with the command issues of Barrett, you may not get anything close to the plate. And Regno behind the plate telling his pitcher, all right, just take it easy, breathe, you're fine. You can get out of this jam. DeJesus digs in, awaits the pitch. Here it comes. Slaps it to the right side, and it will get through into right field. DeJesus puts the ball into play. The throw goes to third as Davis slides in safely. 2 runs will score, Allen and Mattis. It's a 3-0 lead for Evansville. As that one just got past the second baseman, Rosario. And with that 2 RBI knock from DeJesus, manager Cam Roth will make a trip to the mound just for a regular mound visit to talk to Barrett. In the first inning, just as we saw a week ago in person with our own eyes here at Bosley Field. And with Barrett being a lefty, the switch hitter DeJesus was hitting from the right side. And he went opposite field with that hit. Hard ground ball through the hole. So that will extend the inning to Justin Felix for Evansville, the catcher. As him and Phillips continue to kind of alternate start dates, because again, being the 2 backstops, you want to keep them fresh. Felix came in late in the game last night in relief of Phillips. Big first pitch swing from Felix comes up empty. It's 0-1. Might have been the best fastball we've seen from Barrett to start the game. Felix a small sample size in terms of run production, only a pair of home runs and 6 RBIs on the season. Takes another big swing, swings over the top of it, 0-2 the count now. Felix making his 25th start. So he has been known for his ability to handle the pitching staff defensively. Check on the runner at first base, and DeJesus back in time. Again, this is the Otters' first game of a long road trip, 10 games in 11 days, including next Monday on Labor Day. They'll be playing their series finale on the road at Schaumburg. As the 0-2 swing and a miss from Felix, and that will wrap up the top of the first inning, but not before Evansville scores 3 runs. They'll take a 3-0 lead to the bottom of the first. We'll be back with more, as well as more on Tim Holgrave for the starter for Evansville on the Otters Digital Network and the Evansville Otters YouTube channel.
Welcome to a place that feels like home. A place that cares about all of you. Built to help you grow in more ways than you could possibly imagine. To make new friends, travel new paths, soar to new heights, and deepen your spiritual experience. Welcome to Oakland City University.
back on the Evansville Otters digital network and the YouTube channel. Preston Linebach here with you on the call tonight. A 3-0 lead for the Otters here early, just going to the bottom of the first. On the road at Gateway, Tim Holgrafer on the mound, the right-hander for the Otters. He's had a good season so far. Made his first appearance out of the bullpen way back when in May, and ever since then he's gone to the starting rotation and has been really good for Evansville. Abdiel Diaz, the third baseman, to lead off, the switch hitter, batting from the left side. Looks at ball one. Get Felix behind the plates. Holgrafer on the mound. The battery for Evansville, sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East. Find them on 2319 North Greener Road. The 2-0 from Holgrafer, down and in for strike 2-1. For Holgrafer this year, 7-3 record, 3.25 ERA. Making his 14th start, has pitched an 80 1/3 this season so far. 89 strikeouts to only 14 walks. That's a nice little ratio to have there. Foul back 2-2 the count now as Diaz try to put one into play. For Diaz, he's batting .281 with 13 RBIs, 30 runs scored. Looks at ball three outside, full count. And for Diaz, for our fans who were in attendance last week, and you may remember him at third base making a few nice plays defensively for the Grizzlies, including one where he had to go a long way into the left field third base foul territory. Basically kind of making a sliding catch as that one's fouled out of play to the first base side. 3-2 still the count. So Diaz has the ability to flash the leather a little bit for Gateway. See what he does with the bat in his hands here to lead off the offensive part of the game for Gateway in the bottom of the first. The full count pitch. Did he go? No, he did not. That one barreled it down and in toward him, and he'll be safely on at first base with the walk. So that looks like the slider from Holgrafer. So that'll bring up Ty Moore, the DH. Ball one down and away at the fastball. Moore batting .278 this year. 3 home runs, 16 RBIs. Stands at the left side. Has some good size to him. And this one is fouled off. Game started tonight at 6:45. 6:45 start tomorrow as well. 5:45 for the finale on Sunday. And that's a strike. Moore looks back at the home plate umpire. Matt Schaufert calling the balls and strikes. Preston Childers at first base. Dave Van Zummeren is at third. Our 3 umpires here tonight in Gateway. Again, we thank you for tuning in to Evansville Otters Baseball on the Otters YouTube channel. Check swing. Looks like he did not go. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Otters YouTube channel, home of road live audiocast games. That one down in the turf, 3-2. Full count. Runner at first. The pitch on its way from Holgrafer. And that one low for ball 4. So back-to-back walks for the Grizzlies to start the bottom of the first. So not the ideal start for either starting pitcher tonight, as both walk the first 2 batters they see. Batting third and now stepping in will be the catcher, number 24, Andres Regno. I mentioned if you go to our YouTube channel, you see and hear live audio cast of the road games, player interviews. This week, just caught up with Josh Allen. You can check that out on Otters TV. As well as the series recap following the Windy City series, the conclusion of last night at Bosse Field. As well as special sights and sounds videos from around the ballpark at Bosse Field as well. You can find all that on the Evansville Otters YouTube channel. You can like those videos as well as subscribe to the channel. As Regno fouls one off. And for Regno on the year, a .322 average, slugging .904, as he has left the yard 12 times this season, driven in 41 runs, scoring 26 times as well. As him and Valo normally flip back and forth with the catching duties for Gateway. As Valo is at first base tonight, and that's a strikeout for Holgrafer as Regno goes chasing on that last pitch. So a swinging strikeout. So the runners stay put at first and second, and one gone in the bottom of the first inning. The Otters do lead 3-0 after 4 walks in their half of the first inning, plus a 2 RBI single from DeJesus. And stepping up and in will be the second baseman, number 11, Jose Rosario. He bats from the right side. Swings the first one he sees, and it's fair down to the left field corner as that got passed on a rocket by Mattis at third base. And the Grizzlies are on the board. It's a double for Rosario. And it's a 3-1 lead now for Evansville. Wasting no time to swing at that first pitch from Holgrafer Rosario. Dustin Woodcock batting 5th in center field. He'll step up next. Pitch outside for ball 1. For Woodcock, his batting average stands at .238. He also has a dozen home runs this year, 37 RBIs. His OPS at .804. As he is second on the team offensively with the second most strikeouts, 68 entering tonight's game. The team leader with the most strikeouts, Chase Valo, with 103. A couple batters away yet in the order for Gateway. The count 2-0 to Woodcock. And that one's in the turf, spiked down 3-0. So Holgrafer also having some command issues here early, just like Barrett for Gateway. And I mentioned Gateway coming off a doubleheader on the road at Schaumburg yesterday. They fell 5-1, only had 6 hits, which is what Schaumburg had, but they made 5 runs out of their 6 hits. As Woodcock lines one into right field toward the corner, brought back in by McNamee. They'll be cut off by Allen. But it's enough to bring in 2 runs to tie the game at 3 apiece. As Woodcock stays at first base with the single, but drives in 2 runs and get tied at 3. And the only person who really had anything going in the one game against Schaumburg was Ty Moore. He had 2 hits. In the second game of that doubleheader, a 2-0 win for Schaumburg. 6 hits for them, only 4 for Gateway. No one with a multi-hit game that time around in the second game of that doubleheader. Sam Garner was the pitcher in that one, only allowing the 2 runs, 7 strikeouts, 6 innings, taking the loss. The other game, Carlos Vega, 4 1/3. So we would expect not to see them in this series this weekend, as Max Peterson made a trip out to the mound to talk to Holgrafer as well as the rest of the infield. So the new batter, number 2, Jay Prather, the right fielder, looks at one way outside for a ball. Prather, a utility player, can play in the outfield. We saw him play at second base. We also saw him pitch in the game last week in Abbasi Field. We got a position player pitching alert a week ago from the ballpark. Don't see that too often here in the Frontier League, but when you do, it's rather exciting when it was a 14-1 game at the time. As Prather grounds out for the second out, Woodcock advances to second. And as the put out 4-3. Here's Justin Jones, the shortstop for Gateway, batting from the right side. Jones has also made an appearance on the mound. So he takes a big swing, cannot make contact, 0-1. Justin Jones with a .245 average, 3 home runs, 25 RBIs. And if I recall correctly, in a couple of my encounters and interactions with Cam Roth, the manager, when they made their trip to Abbasi Field, he's the OG, the original Jones on the team. See, hits one to center field. The throw from Gordon, not in time. Woodcock slides in head first safely. And like that, just at the bottom of the first, 4-3 the score in favor of Gateway now. So Evansville thought they were off to a good start with the 3 runs in the top of the first, but not the case. So here's Chase Vallo, who I mentioned, 103 strikeouts on the year, playing first base tonight. Slider misses to the other batter's box, the left-handed side, as Vallo stands on the right side. We're only in the first inning and approaching Nearly a 45-minute game already. So that one inside at the belt, forcing Valo to kind of back off a little bit. Preston Lineback here with you tonight. Jevin Redmond, Jordan Fisher, Zane Clodfelder, they'll rejoin us over the course of the road trip. And now it's 3-0 to Valo, and as our good friend Zane would say, so far this has not been his type of inning. This has not been a Zane Clodfelder kind of inning. In terms of the pace of this first inning. 3-0. Swinging on the 3-0, Valo, he cannot make contact. A good spotted pitch down and away. The count 3 balls, 1 strike. Nice little fastball there, and again, just spotted well by Holdgrafer. Working from the stretch with the runner on at first base. Takes a couple peeks, now the pitch home. That one was left up. That one was hit hard, but it's going to be pulled foul, it looks like. Hitting on top of the clubhouse roof at GCS Ballpark. As Otters fans can breathe a sigh of relief because that one was crushed, but just out in front of that one, Valo. And for Evansville, not to think the worst here, but with the slow start for Holdgrafer so far, you got to think about, of course, who's available in the bullpen. As there's a nice, look like might have been a slider cut fastball, had the same movement for the strikeout to end the inning. But that's just something to consider with the pitch count through the first inning for both sides, really. As we step aside, head to the second, it's 4-3 Gateway on the Otters Digital Network and YouTube channel.
CenterPoint Energy's newest generation of safe, efficient energy includes capturing and harnessing the natural power of pure sunshine. We are increasing solar in our balanced and reliable energy mix as we power our region with more clean, renewable energy. We're bringing a little piece of the sun to every home and business while reducing carbon emissions and helping create a cleaner environment. It's just a little something for your smart energy future.
Every 6 minutes, a utility line is damaged due to reckless digging. So Indiana relies on these 811 superheroes. Derek the Builder.
I dig for a living, but I always contact 811.
Mary the Gardener.
Before I plant a tree, I contact 811.
And Mike the Contractor.
I contact 811 before I do my work.
Prevent damage or injury. Call 811 anytime or go online 811now.com. This message is sponsored by the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission and this station.
Back on the Evansville Otters YouTube channel, Otters Digital Network. Preston Lineback here with you on the call. 4-3 the score, Gateway through 1, as Evansville had 3 runs in the top of the first. Gateway answers right back in the bottom half. As Miles Gordon, the center fielder, the 9-spot hitter, will lead off, followed by the 1 and 2 spots of McNamee and Allen. So I mentioned already, this is going to be a long road trip for the Otters. 3 in Gateway this weekend. Then they'll have a little bit of a time, I guess, to come home, take a day off before making a trip to Southern Illinois the midweek, Tuesday through Thursday next week. And then wrapping up the road trip for 4 games. Again, that's 4 games next week, and Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then Monday on Labor Day. Yeah, as the first pitch to Gordon down low for a ball. As that will be a 1 p.m. start on Labor Day on the road at Schaumburg. So that way the game gets over reasonably early and allow the guys enough time to get back, at a decent time to get some rest before the last homestand. Now that one's a strike, 1 ball, 1 strike. And the reason they're playing 4 games, well, if you remember, originally scheduled for opening weekend on that Thursday, Friday back in May, the 27th and 28th, it was supposed to be a 2-game set against Schaumburg on the road. ended up being only one game after a postponement, but nonetheless, it all evens out on the schedule. The 1-2 swung on a miss by Gordon, and he's retired for the first out in the top of the first inning. And all those games against Schaumburg, who are also in their own little pennant chase for their division in the Central. Of course, Southern right on the heels of Florence in third place. That'll be a big matchup for Evansville next week. That one outside the Mattamy 1-0 as Mattamy walked to lead off the game in the top of the first. Later came around to score. There's a strike on the outer half. 1 ball, 1 strike with the fastball. As Evansville was just in Marion, Illinois last week, were swept and shut out in all 3 games by Southern Illinois, which dumbfounded a lot of Evansville Otters fans. Of course, if you remember a few weeks prior, Evansville swept 4 games at Bosse Field against Southern Illinois. So sometimes it's hard to read the status of a team during a baseball season. There's always the highs and lows throughout a long season. The 1-2 grounded foul third base side. It'll remain 1-2 the count, top of the second. 4-3 to score Gateway. Another one fouled off by McNamee. And what's weird about the schedule the rest of the way is that when it's all said and done, Evansville, despite having Florence on their heels trying to give chase in the standings, they would have not played Florence since the end of July. So over a month, and yet not even facing the Y'alls one time during the race for the postseason. That one really up and in, as McNamee really had to duck out of the way of that one. Almost caught the bill of his helmet. The 2-2 from Barrett. Tries to loop in a breaking ball, but didn't really get over the top of it to bring it back down. Count runs full, 3-2. Swung on a miss, going up and in with Cheddar. After not having control of the curveball, he decides, I'll go back to the fastball, and he'll get McNamee striking out for the second out of the top of the second. So they'll bring back up Josh Allen. He also walked in his first plate appearance in the top of the first. Looks at strike one. For Allen, the Fort Meade, Florida native. Now 30 years old. And of course, a veteran on this ball club, joining the likes of John Schultz and Tyler Vale, as that one's also called strike, 0-2 the count. Breaking pitch. It doesn't come back in across the plate for a ball, now 1-2. Of course, Allen, his resume stands very noticeably and notably across the Frontier League and with the Otters. Called strike 3 on the inside. Allen can't believe it. We'll talk more about Allen's resume later as he is called out on strikes. And that's the end of the top of the first. 4-3 Gateway. Evansville Otters baseball on the Otters YouTube channel and Otters Digital Network.
Come be a part of a nationally recognized program in criminal justice. The Criminal Justice Program at Oakland City University provides students with in-depth knowledge in the fields of law enforcement, forensics, corrections, and juvenile justice. Learn through hands-on experiences and train in areas of investigative forensics, criminology, and police administration. A career-focused major is in your reach and all in a Christian university setting that feels like home. Oakland City University.
Back on the Evansville Otters digital network and YouTube channel, bottom of the second inning. The 9-1-2 spots do up for Gateway and Connor Owings, then Diaz and Morgan. 4-3 to score, Gateway leading. Evansville scored 3 in the top of the first, Gateway they're 4 in the bottom half. Just getting started, so early in the game, a lot of innings to be played yet. First pitch from Holgrafer in the bottom of the second, outside for a ball, 1-0. In the first inning for Holgrafer on the mound, led off the game with a pair of walks in his start tonight. Give a few hits and RBIs. Also collected a pair of strikeouts as well. 2-0 the count. From Holgrafer, the next pitch on its way, the 2-0. That one barrels down and away. Ground ball rolled over to Allen. He'll field it and throw on to first to Crane for the first out. 4-3 the put out. Now turn the lineup back over to Diaz up top. Holgrafer stands 6'1", 185. The right-hander from San Diego, California. Out of Cal Poly Pomona. For Diaz, he walked in his first plate appearance. The switch hitter, 5'11", 165. He's from San Juan, Puerto Rico. Takes the ball, 1-0. Out of the windup, the pitch. Felix tries to hold it long enough to get the strike call, but the umpire doesn't budge. 2-0 the count. Three 3-0 as that one down toward the turf. That running fastball just not quite having the command that Holgrafer we normally see from him. That time he catches the outside part of the black, 3-1. Saw the umpire just look over toward the Evansville Otters dugout, so I'm sure the team wasn't appreciative of that non-called strike a few pitches ago. But again, when I went to Gateway, made the trip back in July, as 3-1, called strike 2, full count. It kind of threw me off for a sec because in years past, in recent years especially, the Evansville Otters dugout at GCS Ballpark and the visiting dugout was on the third base side, Gateway on the first base side. This year it's flipped. Evansville's dugout is now on the first base side at GCS Ballpark. As that one misses, as Holgrafer tried to go back to the well where he got those last two called strikes, cannot find the zone. It's a walk to Diaz with one out in the bottom of the second. So that bring up Moore, the DH. He walked behind Diaz in the first inning. Now out of the stretch from the first base side of the rubber. Called strike, the throw down as Diaz takes off for second. And he's called out. Yes, Felix makes a good throw down to second. That was a bang play, but a good throw by Felix gets it done. Now there's 2 down and no one on. 1 strike. Bottom of the second, 2 more. Off speed pitch there. Good one from Holdgrafer. Gets ahead 0-2. Down and in. As Moore was way out in front, off balanced as well. Can he finish it out right here, or is he going to waste one? We'll see. Look at a slider. Popped up towards center field. Gordon underneath it. Hauls it in. 4 out, number 3. As that will wrap up the second inning. Gateway leads Evansville 4-3. You're listening to Evansville Otters Baseball on the Otters YouTube channel and Otters Digital Network.
We love our kids and want them to be healthy. After all, a healthy child can make for a happy child. That's why Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield offers health insurance for children up to age 18 at low or no cost. From doctor visits to dental care, Anthem is here to put resources at your fingertips and simple solutions within your reach. And that is something to smile about. Call 1-800-403-0864 to enroll today. To learn more, visit anthem.com/inmedicaid.
Getting ready and keeping fit for baseball season is hard work. That's why you'll find Evan at Bob's Gym. Getting fit, having fun, being an Otter. Be like Evan. Try a free 3-day pass at Bob's.
Through 2 innings of play. Now we're into the contest. 4-3 the score. Gateway over Evansville so far. Preston Lineback here with you on the call. We thank you for tuning in to Evansville Otters Baseball on the Otters Digital Network and YouTube channel. 3-4-5 due up. Baez, Crane, and Mattis to lead off the top of the third for the Otters. Barrett on the mound so far. 56 pitches already. Fouled off on the first pitch by Baez. Pulled. It's 0-1 on the fastball. 31 now for strikes. 26 outside of the zone for Barrett. That one's fouled back to the netting. 0-2. For Baez, grounded out too short his first time up. Lays off 1 ball, 2 strikes. Mentioned Baez coming from Kane County of the American Association. Of course, Kane County used to be an affiliated baseball, but with the contractions and cuts by baseball last year, they made their way to independent baseball in the American Association. Baez formerly was with the Chicago Cubs organization at the minor league level. So he looks at ball 2-2 into the count. From Venezuela originally. Joined the Cubs organization back in 2011. Got as high as Double-A ball with the Tennessee Smokies. Puts the ball in play for a base hit on the 2-2 pitch. So Baez is on as that one went toward right center field. To lead off this inning for the Otters at the top of the third. And then after his stint with the Cubs, Baez joined the Diamondbacks for a hot second 2019, was with their Double-A club, the Jackson Generals. Here's Riley Crane, the first baseman for the Otters. Hit a sac fly his first time up. Crane, the well-ventured French League player with Windy City and Joliet in previous years, now with the Otters, where I think he's found his home after the season he's put together so far. Check on the runner at first, Baez, who you wouldn't think he would be running based on his size, but smart play to keep him close, as he does have the tendency to take off and run now and again, as we've seen so far in the first week of him with Evansville. There's a called strike on the outer half, 1-1. For Crane on the year, he's in a little bit of a slump this past week, but still a good average of 276. Most importantly, in my eye, he leads the team with 15 home runs, not including his home run derby home runs, which we've seen plenty of this year. He's driven in a team-leading 66 RBIs. Another check on Baez. And out of those 15 home runs, 3 grand slams for Riley Crane. Lays off the 1-1, 2-1 the count. And that one, a little bit of a cross-up, I think, as Regna was set up down and away, and that one went up and in. Had to reach across to snag that one out of the air. 3 balls, 1 strike. Riley Crane ahead in the count. In a way, it's kind of hard to believe that we're only a couple weeks away from the end of the regular season after what was the long extended unintentional off-season, I guess you can call it, after last year with the canceled season because of COVID-19. Tell you from my own experience, it was a weird summer coming to the ballpark once we did return to the office last summer and basically just see an empty field for most of the summer months. As Crane fouls that one off 3-2. For me, you can find me usually sitting up in my perch up in the press box and yet have the best view in baseball, and yet last summer it was an empty view with no one on the baseball diamond. The payoff pitch? No. A check on the runner at first base, Baez. Stands at first base, top of the third, 3-2 count. No one out yet. 4-3 lead for Gateway. All 7 runs of this game in the first inning. Another check on the runner. And it appears that Southern Illinois and Florence did get underway, but they are delayed once again due to rain, it looks like. The Miners leading Florence 2-1 at this point, as Crane strikes out swinging on the 3-2. So that'll bring up Mattis, who walked in his first at-bat. Let's take a look here, see what inning they are in. They are, yeah, they got started quickly in the bottom of the first, but they're delayed once again. So interestingly enough, must be getting the rain up in the Florence-Cincinnati area that we saw earlier today in Evansville. As Mattis looks at an 0-1 account. And taking a look at some of the other competitive teams in terms of the postseason race. Schaumburg up on Lake Erie 3-0. That one's in the bottom of the 4th. Washington leads at Cape Quebec 4-2 in the bottom of the 5th. Another check on Baez. Now the next pitch home, and was there a late time called there? As that one sailed dramatically high away. I'm guessing there was time called there. As it looked like Baylor just tossing around in the outfield type of a throw, not one we were trying to find the strike zone. So that one misses away. The runner going Baez. He's in there safely at second. Jeffrey Baez with another stolen base. Now he's in scoring position. 1 ball, 1 strike the count. The other thing too about Baez, when he goes for it, he gets good jumps from first base. That one also missing down and away. 2 balls, 1 strike on the breaking pitch. Even off of the left-handed Barrett on the mound, Baez got a good jump there. Three and 1 to Mattis, as that one is outside as well. That's where most of the misses have been for Barrett, arm side of the plate so far here this evening. A couple looks back to second. Ball's put into play toward the right side, a grounder towards second. Close play, good hustle by Mattis, but he's out 4-3 on the putout. It allows Baez, though, to advance to third base. As Mattis will be the second out of the inning. J.R. Davis coming up next. He walked back in the first. I feel like I've said that a lot already when reading through these guys' lines through one at bat of the game. And for some now, 2. We'll just say there's been a lot of Deerhead sidewalks, cafe, and bar. And there might be a few more before the end of the night. Barrett, the pitch home, breaking pitch down near the shoe tops. 1-0. It's hard to say if there's been any overhead foul balls by Heads Construction yet. Again, we're broadcasting this remotely. Doing our best to bring broadcast coverage of the Otters to you while doing our best to keep up with the season ourselves here back at the ballpark. As we're always preparing for the next homestand, the 2-0 count now to Davis. And if you're looking for something to do this weekend, the Ola Latino Festival is taking place at Bosse Field this weekend. Tomorrow, in fact, on Saturday afternoon, starting at noon, running through the night to the evening hours, called Strike 2 and 1, as there will be a lot of food booths available here at the ballpark tomorrow for our Ola Latino Fest. Some Latin cuisine. A 2-1 from Barrett, fouled back 2-2. Also will be live music. There, I see a stage is set up. Adult beverages will also be available. There'll be also other vendor tables and vendors as well. And then I believe I see the inflatables will be set up for tomorrow as well, and some other yard games to play in the outfield. Should be a good, fun day. Hopefully the temperature and the weather will cooperate to at least not be so hot. My goodness, this week was brutal at the ballpark with the heat. So that one misses. 3-2, full count, 2 outs to Davis. Again, runner at third and Baez. 4-3 Gateway. And thinking back, 2019 and 18, I don't remember it being so hot during the summer months of the season. Maybe at least maybe a day or two, but not for so long as we've had it this past week or two. Up the middle to the shortstop Jones. He'll field and ground it for out number 3. So Baez will be stranded. We head to the bottom of the third, 4-3 Gateway. You're listening to Evansville Otters Baseball on the Otters Digital Network and YouTube channel.
Fix up your home with Heritage. Our home improvement financing options can help you change your home now and pay for it over time. Upgrade your home. Make home repairs. Remodel a kitchen. Build a new deck. Add a new room. Remodel your bath. Update appliances. Whether it's a small weekend project or a large renovation, Heritage Federal Credit Union can help you finance your improvements today. Fix up your home with Heritage.
Before you danced the first dance. Before you walked down the aisle. Before the tables were set with care. Before you penned a single invitation. Before the day that went beyond your wildest expectations. There was the little green box from Brinker's Jewelers for befores and happily ever afters.
Going to the bottom of the third, Evansville Otters baseball action for you on the Otters Digital Network and YouTube channel. Preston Leinenbach here with you on the call. So through 3 innings of pitching for Barrett, he's at 77 pitches already. I don't know what the bullpen situation is like in terms of long relief for Gateway. We know they are a little bit of a different looking bullpen this week after the transaction deadline earlier in the week. The Grizzlies sent Jeff Bramblett, their former closer, as well as Tanner Cable, who was their closer 1A, I guess, for this year, and the former Evansville Otter to the Schaumburg Boomers. So Bramblett and Cable are now with the Boomers in a trade between the two clubs. And it'll be Regno to lead off, followed by Rosario and Woodcock for Gateway. First pitch from Holgrafer. That one gets away a little bit out of the hand, 1-0. And for Evansville, again, I was mentioning earlier the long relief situation because Jacob Bowles came in last night and pitched 4+ innings in relief of Austin Gossman, which Bowles has been kind of the long relief guy the last couple weeks, pitching 4+ last night, 4+ a week ago in Southern Illinois last Thursday. Been solid in both of those outings, by the way. The former Screaming Eagle at the University of Southern Indiana. Now 2-0 the count to Regno. Be interesting to see. I mean, Joe Riley came in for an inning last night, so he might be able to go back-to-back innings. Tyler Springs should be available as well, but for Holgrafer, as the count's 2-1, his pitch count stands at 45 pitches, 24 for strikes, 23 for balls. Swing and miss, 2-2. So that one dipped down and away on the fastball. You don't want to really have to use the key guys at your bullpen this early in the game on the first game of a weekend series. We'll see how it all plays out. Swing and a miss. Like the slider there from Holgrafer gets the strikeout of Regno. That's his second strikeout in 2 plate appearances. Both of them swinging and missing. So with 1 gone, Rosario back up. He started the offense in terms of run production back in the first inning for Gateway with an RBI double. See, hit one down the line toward left field. First pitch he sees this time from Holgrafer drops in for a strike. Another good breaking pitch, a slider, 0-2. Of course, tonight you got Evansville Otters action, but it's also a high school football Friday across town in the Evansville area, so I'm sure a lot of the locals are out enjoying themselves some football as foul tip into the mitt. 3 pitches, another strikeout. Rosario doesn't like the call, neither does Cam Roth as he comes out. And we'll see here. Yeah, usually the umpires don't like the dispute of balls and strikes. Here's a quick little word from Roth, and Rosario will head back to the dugout. So back-to-back Ks to start the bottom of the third for Holgrafer. Brings in Woodcock. So if you happen to be tuning in from one of those high school football games, leave a little comment. Let us know which game you're at, and if you're multitasking and listening to your Evansville Otters as well. Swing and a miss, another good slider. Looks like Holgrafer maybe starting to find that grip for that pitch. And getting these batters out in front early in this inning at least, looking for the fastball, and they're swinging at the slider. There's the fastball, and this just thrown down to the turf and swung on a miss. So now Holgrafer has set himself up with an 0-2 count and a chance for another strikeout in this inning. Can he strike out the side in order? That would be something for the confidence of the right-hander who delivers home the 0-2. Put into play, and it's through the left side for a base hit into left field. A defensive swing from Woodcock, just kind of shooting it off toward that left side. So he stands at first base with Prather coming up. Woodcock now with 2 singles to start the game, including those pair of RBIs in that first plate appearance. The right fielder Prather grounded out to second his first time up. Makes that one foul. 0-1. I was mentioning high school football, of course, in the next, well, actually already starting tomorrow and going into the next week. College football season starts as well. So I know a lot of fans are excited about the crossover season of their favorite sports, the end of baseball season, the postseason races, going into football season. So that one also hit foul, nothing into the count. But there's just something magical about baseball during the stretch run, scoreboard watching, the magic numbers, the pennant chases, and of course once you get to the postseason, as that one misses down away for a ball, 1-2. You got the rally towels, and it's just something about postseason baseball where hopefully, you get the 2 teams playing at their best and just a competitive battle and exciting baseball action. On the edge of your seat stuff. As this one is hit toward left center, will it be the left fielder? No! Baez, it looks like he did not hang on to it long enough for it to be considered a caught ball. It will be an RBI double for Prather, and it's 5-3 Gateway. It looked like Baez slid underneath it and got it to keep it from hitting the ground, but it looks like he couldn't hold on to it long enough as it eventually did kind of pop out. As Baez called off Gordon in that left center gap to get to that one. So again, runner at second and Prather now. 2 outs, bottom of the third. It's a 5-3 lead for the Grizzlies. And for those thinking, Grizzlies are 34-46. How are they scoring 5 runs in this early part of the game? As the first pitch to Justin Jones fouled back. Definitely overhead foul ball by Heads Construction. Choose best, never regret it. The Grizzlies have done well against Evansville this season, protecting their home turf at GCS Ballpark. If you recall, going back to the 2 road series for Evansville back in July, Gateway won both of those series, 2 out of the 3 in each of those. Evansville did their job of protecting the home field at Bosse Field, but Gateway won each of those series back in July. Swung on a miss, 0-2. Evansville leads the season series 7-5 going into tonight. Gateway leads the all-time series. Just remember they had that great run in the mid/early 2000s where they were red hot out of the gates of their start as an organization. Swung on and miss. The slider down and away. It's a strikeout of Justin Jones. That will end the inning, but not before one more run scores for Gateway. It's 5-3 in favor of the Grizzlies. Well, head to the 4th. You're listening to Evansville Otters Baseball on the Otters Digital Network and YouTube channel.
If you're looking for a liquor store in Evansville, look no further than Liquor Locker. The Liquor Locker has the best selection at the best prices, including the largest craft beer and bourbon selection in the area. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff will help you find the beer, wine, and liquor you need for any occasion. And check out the fine selection of cigars at all Liquor Locker stores. Liquor Locker is now open Sundays 12 to 8 p.m. and offers citywide delivery. Visit one of our 10 conveniently located stores in the Evansville area today. There is always something for everyone at the Liquor Locker.
Cheer up, Evan. This rain will be out soon. You should download the 14 First Alert app and see for yourself. You can see what's coming up to 7 days in advance, or you can break it down hour by hour. Check out live radar so you can see what's happening in real time. And you can watch 14 News live directly from the app. See, there's nothing to worry about.
Stay in the game with the 14 First Alert app.
Five-3 the score in favor of Gateway, the home team in this one through 3 innings of play. As it'll be DeJesus, Felix, and Gordon, the bottom of the order due up for the Otters against Jordan Barrett, the lefty on the mound. Misses above the letters for ball 1 to DeJesus, who drove in 2 runs with a hit to right field in his first plate appearance. Back in that 3-run first inning for Evansville. High away for ball 2. DeJesus, he's been very versatile in terms of where he bats in the lineup this season. We've seen him lead off, hit second, bottom of the order. Again, a switch hitter, so he can hit from both sides. We've seen his defense at times be pretty remarkable as well, flashing the leather and making some Sports Center top 10 quality type plays, some web gems, if you will. But he flies out here to right for the first out in the top of the 4th. It's the right fielder Prather over to his left, approaching the line to make that catch. Felix will step up. He struck out in his first plate appearance. First pitch to Felix in this at-bat, called a strike down and away with the fastball. Barrett 80-plus pitches now, so we're just kind of keeping an eye on that in case some fresh faces start to warm up and come into the game for Gateway. One ball, one strike now as Barrett really kind of held that finish pose for a long time there. You can see him out there just really trying to breathe. Puts that one over the heart of the plate, fouled away, 1-2. As the breathing is probably one for him to try to keep his composure after a rough start to the game and keep him locked in and focused. But also, it's probably still pretty warm in Gateway as they're part of that same Midwest belt as Evansville where it comes to heat and humidity. Takes a long look in to get his sign from Regno. Felix awaits. Now the pitch on its way home, the 1-2. Breaking ball that, again, try to go backdoor with it, but it's just not coming back in. An easy take for Felix. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Up and in, taken by Felix, pushing the count to 3-2. Swung on a miss. Fastball up and in. Felix swung underneath it for his second strikeout of the night. And I have 6 strikeouts now on the tally for Barrett. So a fly out by DeJesus, a strikeout by Felix, 2 gone as Gordon looks at a first pitch outside the fastball. 1-0. Gordon struck out in his first at bat. Outside again, 2-0, and Barrett taking off the cap for a second round of frustration, but again, when you're a pitcher on the mound, you're looking to get that strike call again, as theoretically in the rule book, where it crosses the front of the plate. Sometimes, though, the umpires seem to forget that. And we've seen that be the case for both sides of the opposition on the playing field this year, 3-0. And sometimes the umpires get caught watching where the ball is caught rather than where it crosses the plate. That one over the heart for strike 3-1. And more so, you see the frustration on the pitches away because as you watch a baseball game, you see the umpire set up more toward the inner half as they use the catcher and the batter to kind of shield and protect themselves a little bit. That one fouled back, 3-2, count full. Because the umpires, they're vulnerable where they are at times as well, as they're trying to, again, keep an eye on the pitch. They try not to set directly right behind because a foul ball, when it's set up directly behind the home plate, can sometimes be a risk, as that one swung and a miss down and away into the turf. Fished at by Gordon. That will end the inning. 5-3 Gateway going to the bottom of the 4th on the Otters Digital Network and YouTube channel.
Welcome to a place that feels like home. A place that cares about all of you. Built to help you grow in more ways than you could possibly imagine. To make new friends, travel new paths, soar to new heights, and deepen your spiritual experience. Welcome to Oakland City University.
CenterPoint Energy's newest generation of safe, efficient energy includes capturing and harnessing the natural power of pure sunshine. We are increasing solar in our balanced and reliable energy mix as we power our region with more clean, renewable energy. We're bringing a little piece of the sun to every home and business while reducing carbon emissions and helping create a cleaner environment. It's just a little something for your smart energy future.
To the bottom of the fourth, Holgrafer back on the mound for Evansville. Valo, Owens, and Diaz. 8-9-1. Valo steps up. He struck out swinging his first time up. Looks like ball one on the turf. Talked about Regno's size behind the plate, but the other backstop, Valo, again at first base tonight, also has some pretty good size to him. My guess is they don't need the help of the short porch at GCS Ballpark. They can probably clear the fence pretty easily when they make good contact. 2-0, down and away. Again, we want to give a shout out and a thanks to our friends and colleagues at Gateway for their help in allowing us to make this remote broadcast possible, providing us the information of the starting lineups and, of course, their video feed that we're working off of. 2-1 as a swing and a miss. Off the end of the bat, will it stay in play? No, it's going to go to the seats. 2-2. Give a shout out to Nate Gatter, as well as Colin Siri. Saw Colin here at Bossfield last week. First time we got to meet him in person, working with the Grizzlies this year. It was great to talk to him and learn about his background, SIUE, and from that area locally currently. Of course, SIU Edwardsville not too far from GCS Ballpark, a little bit north up the road. The full count pitch on its way. Roped past Mattis at third, down the left field line. And that will be a stand-up double for Valo. It was hard to see based on the camera angle if it was fair or not. So there's not much foul territory to work with once it gets past about the halfway point between third base and the actual corner of the field, as the walls kind of narrow in toward the playing field and the fair territory side. There's still about a few feet though. Here's Owens batting from the left side, the left fielders. Grounded out 4-3, grounded out to second base his first time up. Holgrafer up to 68 pitches. And doesn't get the call. It looked like a good pitcher's pitch. Now near the knees, but doesn't get the call as Felix tried to inch it back up a little bit. And time called as both pitcher and batter wipe off the sweat. Look back to second. Now the pitch home from Holgrafer. Popped up underneath it. Owens. Third base side. And oh no! Foul territory near the line. Mattis could not haul it in. It'll be just a foul ball. Hard to tell if the lights were a factor or if he overran it a little bit. And see, he did have to go back from his third base position, and again, it was up the line a little bit. And that one's looks like bunting attempts from Owens into the mid, foul tipped 1-2. The 1-2 from Holgrave for fly ball to left, backing into left field shallow territory. DeJesus to make the grab. So Owens is retired on a fly out to the shortstop. And on that play, looking at the view that we had, it looked like Mattis slipped at third. So I'm just wondering if there's a little bit of moisture or something on the ground, because he's had trouble with his footing a few times defensively on some of these plays. So back to the top of the order with Diaz. He has walked in both plate appearances. So technically he has not recorded an at-bat, which we saw a few games, or a few weeks ago, a game where J.R. Davis for the Otters, the first pitch, off the bat, into play to ground ball to second, 4-3 the put out, as Diaz finally records an at-bat and is retired. But we saw a couple weeks ago a game where Davis did not record a single at-bat in the game as he walked in all 4 plate appearances. That's just something you don't see very often. And as I coined it, as Davis had the golden eye, as we talked about, the golden sombrero for the 4 strikeouts, or, you got the hat trick and the 4 strikeouts, but what about when you have 4 walks? Well, we'll just call it the golden eye. Because you always hear the chatter from the dugout after a walk, good eye, way to see it, something like that from the teammates. That one's fouled off, 0-1 to Ty Moore. So it's not just, you can't just say it's a good eye when you walk 4 times in a single game. You got to give him the gold eye on that one. Pretty remarkable stuff. Every year you see something kind of astonishing in the game of baseball and at the ballpark. Two outs, 5-3 Gateway, runner at third, bottom of the 4th, the 0-1 count, the pitch from Holgrave for ground ball to the right side. It'll be taken by Crane after he scoops it up unassisted for the 3rd out. We're through 4. Gateway leads 5-3 over the Otters on the Otters Digital Network and YouTube channel.
Every 6 minutes, a utility line is damaged due to reckless digging. So Indiana relies on these 811 superheroes. Derek the Builder.
I dig for a living, but I always contact 811.
Mary the Gardener.
Before I plant a tree, I contact 811.
And Mike the Contractor.
I contact 811 before I do my work.
Prevent damage or injury. Call 811 anytime or go online 811now.com. This message is sponsored by the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission and this station.
Come be a part of a nationally recognized program in criminal justice. The Criminal Justice Program at Oakland City University provides students with in-depth knowledge in the fields of law enforcement, forensics, corrections, and juvenile justice. Learn through hands-on experiences and train in areas of investigative forensics, criminology, and police administration. A career-focused major is in your reach, and all in a Christian university setting that feels like home. Oakland City University.
Back on the Evansville Otters Digital Network YouTube channel. Preston Linebacker with you on the call. 5-3 Gateway over Evansville. Fans, we thank you for tuning in and joining us for Evansville Otters baseball here tonight on YouTube. And while you're at it, just stay up to date with the latest from the Evansville Otters, including game schedule, promotions, which only one homestand left, so make sure you don't miss out on the promotions. We'll go over those here a little bit later on. Go to our website, evansvilleotters.com. You can also buy tickets online as well. And then be sure to give us a like and a follow on our social media pages, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Top of the order, 1, 2, 3, McNamee, Allen, Baez. McNamee, first pitch he sees, fouls it off 0-1. Out of the left hand from Barrett. Outside now, 1 ball, 1 strike. McNamee so far tonight, a walk and a strikeout. The Mississippi State product. Digs in, is the 1-1 outside, high and away, 2-1. For McNamee, he has seen some time here in the last few games from the top of the order as the leadoff man. And why not? His bat's a little bit of a slump for him again offensively, but and what was that? Huh. That was a weird time call. But his on-base percentage has been outstanding this year for McNamee. If he puts it in play, he's more likely going opposite field, it feels like. But he also knows how to get on base, take good at-bats. Outside, 3-1. A hitter's count to McNamee. It's a 5-pitch walk on the 3-1, so McNamee on with a base on balls for the second time here tonight. He'll lead off the 5th with 1. Maybe they'll start something for the Otters to come back and tie or retake the lead. I'll bring up Josh Allen. He has also walked and struck out tonight. First pitch he sees, grounded toward third, over to first in time for the out. McNamee advances to second as the third baseman Diaz makes the play. I'll bring up Baez. For Allen, maybe some question marks for some who weren't following his career. 30 years old, how much production can he help provide the Otters with? Well, with Kane County this year, 283 average, 12 home runs, 45 driven in. I would say that's still a pretty productive stat line for a 30-year-old. So I would say that here in the next couple weeks, by the end of it, Allen's going to help this team a whole lot, as well as the next guy up to the plate, Jeffrey Baez. We've seen his power already this week, and it just adds to the depth of this team. And a couple just key RBI guys and guys who can take good at bats. First pitch for Baez, deep to right field, and it's gone! A home run for Jeffrey Baez. It ties the game at 5. A 2-run shot as McNamee touches home. Here comes Baez, gets the handshake from the skipper, Andy McCauley. And he'll touch home as well with the round tripper. His 4th in an Otters uniform, and get this, his 4th straight game with a home run. He had 1 on Tuesday, 1 on Wednesday, 1 last night, and let's make it 1 more here tonight at Gateway. 5-5 the score. Baez went to opposite field with that hit. Thought there might be a chance for some robbery, but not the case. Crane lays down the surprise bunt against the shift and reaches safely. How about that? We've seen him kind of show and square around a bunt a few times. In previous at-bats in the last couple of weeks, we've seen him Also pull back, waiting for a good pitch to do it. Some exciting stuff here to start the top of the fifth for the Otters. Here's Mattis. Walk and a ground out so far. Is that one not even close for a ball? How about Jeffrey Baez? Another home run. This one ties the game at 5. So that one's down and in for ball 2 to Mattis. The Mad Dog, as our good friend Ryan Brown named him with the nickname before Ryan departed us a little early as he had to head back to law school. Shout out to Ryan Brown, our broadcaster this summer. That one outside 3-0. And if I remember correctly, he said it was going to take him about 3 years to do law school, and he was going to kind of direct his studies towards sports law. So I guess this summer broadcasting sports and with the Evansville Otters will help him out there as well, getting that sports industry experience, as it's a 4-pitch walk to Mattis. Usually it all comes together anyway at some point. Here's Cam Roth, the manager, and he's going to take the baseball from Barrett. So it'll be a call to the bullpen for Gateway. It's a tie game, 5-5. Runners at first and second, top of the fifth with 1 out. We'll step aside, take a break as well. When we come back, we'll tell you who the new pitcher is for the Grizzlies. You're listening to Evansville Otters Baseball on the Otters Digital Network and YouTube channel.
We love our kids and want them to be healthy. After all, a healthy child can make for a happy child. That's why Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield offers health insurance for children up to age 18 at low or no cost. From doctor visits to dental care, Anthem is here to put resources at your fingertips and simple solutions within your reach. And that is something to smile about. Call 1-800-403-0864 to enroll today. To learn more, visit anthem.com/inmedicaid.
Getting ready and keeping fit for baseball season is hard work. That's why you'll find Evan at Bob's Gym. Getting fit, having fun, being an Otter. Be like Evan. Try a free 3-day pass at Bob's.
Back on the Evansville Otters Digital Network and YouTube channel, a call to the bullpen for the Grizzlies as Jordan Barrett is out of the game, going 4 1/3, 104 pitches, 4 hits, 5 runs, 5 earned, with 2 runners still on base. That would be his responsibility. So his line's not quite finalized yet. 6 walks, 7 strikeouts. The new pitcher for Gateway is Colton Easterwood, number 26, the big righty for Gateway, 6'5", 210. His numbers on the year, 2-4 record, making his 19th appearance, 5.11 ERA, 44 innings pitched, 41 strikeouts, 42 walks, so not a good ratio there. Batter's only hitting .209 against Easterwood this season, though. So with that in mind, we'll head right along in the game with J.R. Davis at the plate. Davis, the DH for Evansville, a walk and a ground out tonight. Looks at a cold strike down the middle. 5-5 the score. Runners at first and second. That would be Crane, the lead runner at second. Mattis at first. Again, only 1 out so far. Is that one high and away for a ball? One ball, one strike the count. J.R. Davis looks on, awaits the pitch. Breaking ball that Easterwood was hoping would catch the top of the zone, did not. 2-1 as when you watch Easterwood pitch, you'll notice he has this little like jump skip when he throws the ball, and then he kind of has a wide, kind of almost three-quarter motion. Really slings it in there as that one's fouled back 2-2. If I had to compare it to somebody, the jump skip kind of like a Jordan Walden, if you remember him in recent years, the relief pitcher in MLB. And then the wide kind of three-quarter angle throw, I guess, would be similar to Joe Kelly. I mean, there's quite a few pitchers who really have a roundabout way of throwing the baseball toward home when they pitch. As Davis strikes out for the second out of the inning, that'll move the lineup along to DeJesus, who had the 2 RBI single and then a fly out his last time up. Again, the breeze blowing out toward right at GCS Ballpark. As you can see, the jerseys blowing in the wind. And a bunt attempt by DeJesus. And he's in there safely at first as Easterwood had to field his position and could not get the throw over in time. So the bases are loaded for the Otters. DeJesus making something happen. So now we need Felix, if you're an Otters fan, to come through here with the bases loaded. Really take back the lead, take back the charge for the Otters. Called strike. Look like the slider there. A whole raft of Otters on the bases, as we learned throughout the year earlier in the season that a group of resting Otters is called a raft. As that one's in the turf on a slider, 1-1. Of course, I tend to think that, of course, with Evansville being on the Ohio River and the River City, that specifically the Evansville Otters mascot is a river otter, as there is a slight difference, I guess, more in appearance than anything else between a sea otter and a river otter. But we'll just say that the Evansville Otters are river otters, again, being on the Ohio River and the River City. And that one's outside, 3-1, so Felix ahead in the count at the plate. A battle of two of the longest tenured teams in the Frontier League here tonight and this weekend. The Evansville Otters, the longest active team in the Frontier League, followed by the Grizzlies. Washington Wild Things not too far off either. Count full as Felix takes a called strike. So 3-2 count, 2 outs, bases loaded. The runners will get that little jump start. Tied at 5. Easterwood looks in, comes set at the belt from the stretch. The pitch. Outside for ball 4. It's a bases loaded walk. The Otters take the lead 6-5. Good patience at the plate by Felix. Not, I guess, succumbing to the pressure of having to put the ball into play and to drive and run and make a big play at the plate. Just, take good pitches and draw the walk. Evansville ahead. Here's Gordon. He looks at a called strike. That's what's most important. When you're in this kind of situation, don't put so much pressure on yourself to crush one out. Just take a good at bat. Strike 2. And most importantly, I think, is last thing you want to do is look at strike 3 in a situation like this. Gordon's got to fight off this at bat and battle to come back from an 0-2 count. Here comes the next pitch outside. 1-2 is Regno. That one might have caught him off the hand a little awkwardly. He's going to take a moment to go out and personally hand deliver the baseball to Eastwood, as I think the glove, his mitt, the catcher's mitt, was coming off his hand. It was slipping off, and the ball kind of caught him in the hand a little bit. Because he left the mask and the mitt back by the home plate and literally went out and hand delivered the baseball to Easterwood. Now, I wouldn't say it was an awkward exchange, as again, if you've seen the movie The Sandlot, early part of that movie, Smalls goes and gets the ball from the outfield and jogs all the way in to hand it back to the pitcher, instead of just throwing it in. So that was fouled away. 1-2 the count still. As Gordon lifts one high to right field, but with just enough room in front of the warning track, the right fielder Prather brings it into the glove. It was a nice ride by Gordon, just not quite enough. But the Otters do take the lead, 6-5, as we're halfway home. It's the Center Point Energy center point of the game here on the Otters Digital Network and YouTube channel.
CenterPoint Energy's newest generation of safe, efficient energy includes capturing and harnessing the natural power of pure sunshine. We are increasing solar in our balanced and reliable energy mix as we power our region with more clean, renewable energy. We're bringing a little piece of the sun to every home and business while reducing carbon emissions and helping create a cleaner environment. It's just a little something for your smart energy future.
Fix up your home with Heritage. Our home improvement financing options can help you change your home now and pay for it over time. Upgrade your home. Make home repairs. Remodel a kitchen. Build a new deck. Add a new room. Remodel your bath. Update appliances. Whether it's a small weekend project or a large renovation, Heritage Federal Credit Union can help you finance your improvements today. Fix up your home with Heritage.
Before you danced the first dance. Before you walked down the aisle. Before the tables were set with care. Before you penned a single invitation. Before the day that went beyond your wildest expectations. There was the little green box from Brinker's Jewelers for befores and happily ever afters.
Here we go, bottom of the fifth underway. First pitch from Holgrafer to Regno, fouled off first base side toward the Country Bob's Grill House near the right field corner of GCS Ballpark. I will admit they have some good barbecue nachos and sandwiches and all kinds of barbecue food down in that right field corner at GCS Ballpark. 6-5 lead, Evansville over Gateway. Holgrafer on the mound, breaking pitch down away, 1-1 strike. We thank you for tuning in tonight. Evansville Otters Baseball, the Otters Digital Network, YouTube channel, Preston Leinenbach here with you on the call. Here in a moment, we'll take a look at the Frontier League TV.com scoreboard with an update for you. Swing and a miss, 1-2. As it does look like, a little sneak peek here, that the Miners Y'alls game is back underway at Y'alls Ballpark in Florence. And that one was a good breaking ball, but it doesn't get the call. 2-2 as Holgwafer kind of twitches his neck a little bit, wanting that one. Ragno steps back in. And singles the left field, Ragno on the 2-2 pitch. So leadoff hit for the Grizzlies. Okay, here's that scoreboard update for you. Top of the 6th, Schaumburg leads Lake Erie 4-0. Sussex County leads 8-3 over Tri-City in the top of the 7th. Washington starting to pull away from Quebec in the top of the 8th. 8-2 the score there. Jackals doubling up the Boulders so far. 4-2 New Jersey over New York, bottom of the 5th. Bottom of the 6th, Joliet leads 1-0 against Windy City. And of course the score that you're really probably most interested in, I saved the best for last. Southern Illinois leads Florence 3-1 in the top of the 5th. And a nice play by Gordon as he had a long way to go there. That was hit deep to left center as Rosario gave that one quite the ride. Gordon able to close down with his speed, get it back in, and double off the runner Regno at first. Regno got way too far away from that one. I think he might have thought that was going to be off the wall or even gone. So just like that, 2 outs on the fly out double play. How about that? That's how you wipe out base runners on the base paths right there. As the double play throw went 8-4-3 back into the field of play for the flyout. Off the bat of Rosario. Here's Woodcock. Gotta be careful with him. He has 2 singles already in the game, both directions of the outfield, left and as well as in right with 2 RBIs. Fouls it off. 0-2 as he falls behind to Holgrafer. Update on Holgrafer's line. 4 2/3, 7 hits, 5 runs all earned, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts thus far. And this one pulled foul way out in front toward the Evansville bullpen, which looks like there is some action now in the Evansville Otters bullpen. I see a shot of the lefty Abraham Almonte getting loose. Some light stretching by a few of the righties as well. Nothing in 2. The pitch home. Downstairs for a ball, 1-2. Can Holgrafer finish him off here? The 1-2, no, outside. 2-2. After that long first inning, this game is slightly behind the normal pace of play for baseball. Usually you can get about 3 innings in at about an hour's time. But that's the thing about baseball. There is no time limit. You can go at its own pace, at its own discretion, which is nice considering how much thought and strategy goes into the game from both sides, offensively, defensively, for the players, from the coaching staff. It's a chess game. It's not checkers out there. That one bounced. 3-2 the count. Again, at Gateway, Sauget, Illinois, just across the Mississippi River from the Gateway City, St. Louis, Missouri. I saw a lot of guys posting on their social media their respective hotel room views of the Gateway Arch. So that one's fouled off, which I will admit is also one of my favorite views and landmarks. One of my favorite cities as well. And might be a slightly biased, as I grew up being a Cardinals fan and a Blues fan. Probably here in a couple of years when they have their Major League Soccer team, their MLS club, St. Louis City SC, I'll probably cheer on them as well. Swung on and missed. It's a strikeout to end the inning by Holgrafer. We're through 5. Otters lead 6-5 on the Otters Digital Network and YouTube channel.
If you're looking for a liquor store in Evansville, look no further than Liquor Locker. The Liquor Locker has the best selection at the best prices, including the largest craft beer and bourbon selection in the area. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff will help you find the beer, wine, and liquor you need for any occasion. And check out the fine selection of cigars at all Liquor Locker stores. Liquor Locker is now open Sundays 12 to 8 p.m. and offers citywide delivery. Visit one of our 10 conveniently located stores in the Evansville area today. There is always something for everyone at the Liquor Locker.
Cheer up, Evan. This rain will be out soon. You should download the 14 First Alert app and see for yourself. You can see what's coming up to 7 days in advance, or you can break it down hour by hour. Check out live radar so you can see what's happening in real time. And you can watch 14 News live directly from the app. See, there's nothing to worry about.
Stay in the game with the 14 First Alert app.
And we're back. Evansville Otters baseball on the Otters YouTube channel, the digital network. Top of the order, McNamee, Allen, Baez, 1, 2, 3, due up top of the 6th inning. Easterwood again in relief of Barrett for Gateway on the mound. Top of the 6th, 1-0 count, swung on a miss by McNamee, down and away, foul tipped into the mitt, 1-1. Just to kind of wrap up what I was mentioning before the break, growing up as basically a St. Louis sports fan. I did not grow up as a Rams fan, though, even though obviously they have since moved to LA. I grew up with another local team here in the Evansville area, the Indianapolis Colts, which, again, the NFL football season starting in a couple weeks. We'll see what kind of team that they can put together with the question marks around the quarterback position, but that's a different sport. We'll keep it on baseball here tonight. 2-1 the count, the pitch to McNamee. Nice rip, but fouls it back, 2-2. Another foul ball by McNamee, which it is getting kind of an exciting part of the year for Major League Baseball. They're also in the midst of their postseason races, I guess, with about a little over a month left in the regular season. The wild card races, the division races. Some surprising teams near the top. That one inside for a ball, 3-2. I don't know how many people predicted that the Giants would be leading the NL West by as many games as they have. I think everybody thought before the season started the Dodgers were the shoe-in pick, even though the Padres were a close second. That one zips away for ball 4. Another walk for McNamee. That's his third of the night. On at first base. Allen due up next. And in the American League of the Chicago White Sox leading the AL Central. So here's Josh Allen. I mentioned his resume earlier. Besides having the championship ring from the 2016 Frontier League title run for the Otters, he also has the Frontier League's MVP honor from 2016, where he batted .354. That's absurd, but Allen is such a fantastic player and really defying the odds in his career. Takes another pitch out of the zone for a ball. And if you remember the story where he was a tryout player, he tried out at a camp. The Otters found him and signed him out of the tryout. So didn't have much buzz about his name going into his professional career, but the Otters discovered him at a tryout, and I think it's safe to say he's made the most of it. As he basically sits either 1 or 2 in most of the Evansville Otters record books in the statistical categories. Usually the other guy that's with him in that list is John Schultz. He's still around too, and the two of them are just such good friends. The 2-0, or excuse me, the 3-0, not even close. Another walk. Ball 4. And since his original stint with the Otters were after the 2017 season, Allen, of course, went on to affiliated baseball with the New York Mets organization, playing for Beamington, the Rumble Ponies in Double-A. At one point was in the same lineup card as Tim Tebow, which we know that his baseball career didn't work out. And at this point, his football career, as he tried to switch to tight end for the Jaguars, also probably near its end, if not already. There's a strike to Baez at the plate. And then a journey to the St. Paul Saints, which at the time were independent in the American Association, winning the 2019 American Association Championship with the Saints. Now St. Paul is affiliated with the Twins as they made the jump up. Another strike called to Baez. Kane County earlier this year and now back in an Otters uniform. Josh Allen, the second baseman. So an 0-2 count to Baez. He homered his last time up. A 2-run shot to right. Tied the game at 5 back in that last inning. And takes a look at a ball just outside, away from the corner, 1-2. I mentioned St. Paul. They moved up to affiliated baseball with the Twins organization. A couple other former independent organizations moving up, getting the call up. The Somerset Patriots, they were in the Atlantic League. Now they're affiliated with the Yankees. As well as the Sugarland Skeeters. They were also in the Atlantic League down in Texas. They're affiliated with the Houston Astros, as that one, again, missing wildly to the outside, 2-2 to Baez from Easterwood. Which Somerset, that's where Taylor Wright was at the end of the 2019 season following the Frontier League season. He was with the Patriots. Of course, Taylor Wright did come back to the Otters this year. 3-2, that one also, the slider just nowhere close for Easterwood. And then the Sugarland Skeeters, well, last summer they hosted one of those, I guess, little pop-up startup leagues. Just where guys could go and get some live action in during the pandemic. Dakota Phillips, he went down there to Texas as part of that Sugarland League. He was not with the Skeeters, though, per se. He was with the Sugarland Lightning Sloths. Swing and miss from Baez as he strikes out swinging. Again, with 2 hits on the night, Baez. He's also ground out, now struck out. Here comes Riley Crane, who has a sac fly, a strikeout, and then bunted for a single his last time up. There's quite a few, like you said, kind of pseudo pop-up leagues last year just for guys to go where maybe the regulations weren't as strict. Down in Texas, Florence hosted one, the Battle of the Bourbon Trail Series with Lexington and their former name, the Florence Freedom, being a part of that. Joliet also hosted a 4-team league up in Joliet. There's a few others as well. That one fouled off 1-1. I believe also last year, the United Shore League up in Michigan continued its competitive season. As Crane flies one high to left center field. He'll get down for a base hit and to the wall. 2 runs will score. The Otters extend their lead. It's 8-5 Evansville. The 2 RBI double, a deer-head double-decker double from Riley Crane. As McNamee and Allen come all the way around to score. Good hitting from Crane to go opposite field in the gap with that one. Once again, here comes Cam Roth, and he's going to take the baseball from Easterwood. It'll be another call to the bullpen, a pitching change for the Grizzlies. 8-5 Evansville. Top of the 6th with 1 out. Runner on second, Gary Mattis due up. We'll have a new pitcher when we come back on the Otters Digital Network and YouTube channel.
Welcome to a place that feels like home. A place that cares about all of you. Built to help you grow in more ways than you could possibly imagine. To make new friends, travel new paths, soar to new heights, and deepen your spiritual experience. Welcome to Oakland City University.
CenterPoint Energy's newest generation of safe, efficient energy includes capturing and harnessing the natural power of pure sunshine. We are increasing solar in our balanced and reliable energy mix as we power our region with more clean, renewable energy. We're bringing a little piece of the sun to every home and business while reducing carbon emissions and helping create a cleaner environment. It's just a little something for your smart energy future.
New pitcher for the Gateway Grizzlies as the offense has come alive here in this last, well, you can say 2 innings, I guess, top of the 6th, and then last inning in the 5th for Evansville to come back, tie the game in the 5th, take the lead 6-5, and then now extending their lead 8-5 on a 2 RBI double by Riley Crane. And I guess you can consider this to be kind of a back and forth battle, considering the start of the game of the first inning were 7 runs combined, 3 for the Otters, 4 for the Grizzlies. Now Otters retaking the lead. I mean, again, it's just never a sure thing. You're never comfortable with any lead really at GCS Ballpark. The wind's still blowing out toward right field. Easterwood out of the game in relief. Again, the final line for Barrett, the starter, 4 1/3, 4 hits, 6 runs, 6 earned, 6 walks, 7 strikeouts. For Easterwood, the inning of relief, 2 hits, 2 runs, 2 earned, although he is responsible for Crane at second, 3 walks, and 2 strikeouts for Easterwood. Mattis up next. He is walked twice with a ground out sandwiched in between. It's another right-hander into the game. It's number 28, Cody Thompson for the Grizzlies. For Thompson, a 5.67 ERA, 1-4 record, making his 28th appearance, 33 1/3 innings this season, 28 strikeouts to 17 walks. Looking to clean up this inning for Gateway on the mound. First pitch to Mattis, a ball. Working from the, looks like the middle of the third base side of the rubber, out of the stretch. Holding the glove chest high. A couple looks back to Crane at second. Now time called as neither the batter nor the pitcher look comfortable and ready for any kind of play there. That one a called strike on the outer black. Spotted that one, getting the pitcher's call. 1-1 the count. Ground ball off the end of the bat towards second. A diving attempt by Rosario, but not in time. It's an infield hit for Mattis. It was deep up the middle as well, so I don't know if even with a clean glove play if that was going to be executed for an out. So Mattis on base safely with the infield hit. Crane on the play advances to third, so runners on the quarters for the Otters. J.R. Davis, a walk, a ground out, and a strikeout so far here tonight. Can he drive in an insurance run? Or two, perhaps. Mattis with crazy speed over at first base. I mean, the dude can straight up fly, folks. If you have not seen Mattis with your own eyes yet, you blink and you might miss him. There he goes on the pitch. But a good throw by Regno and a good tag as well on the back end by Justin Jones. Man, I bragged on him a little too quickly as they catch Mattis stealing on the pitch. It was a called strike. So just like that, 2 outs. You don't mind the aggressiveness there, though, with the 3-run lead. You got the insurance run in scoring position, so why not kind of, with 1 out, press the issue to get maybe a second runner in scoring position? You don't mind that at all. That's just a good executed play by the defense and the Grizzlies to get Mattis out. Foul ball by Davis, 0-2. Not only that, you take a chance of swiping second to get out of the double play setup. Thompson with the 0-2 to Davis. That's a good little glove snag there by Regno to keep that from going to the backstop for a wild pitch. That gets to the backstop. Who knows if that's far enough back and off the padding soft enough to allow Crane to score from third. Slider down and in. Fouled off, a little jam shot there from Davis. We're on the top of the 6th. 8-5 lead for the Otters. Runner at third. 2 outs, 1-2 count. Davis at the plate. Thompson on the mound. The 1-2. Swung on and missed. Thompson gets Davis to chase, and that will end the inning. The Otters stranded runner. But they extend their lead on 2 RBIs from Riley Crane. It's 8-5 Evansville on the Otters Digital Network and YouTube channel.
Every 6 minutes, a utility line is damaged due to reckless digging. So Indiana relies on these 811 superheroes. Derek the Builder.
I dig for a living, but I always contact 811.
Mary the Gardener.
Before I plant a tree, I contact 811.
And Mike the Contractor.
I contact 811 before I do my work.
Prevent damage or injury. Call 811 anytime or go online 811now.com. This message is sponsored by the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission and this station.
Come be a part of a nationally recognized program in criminal justice. The Criminal Justice Program at Oakland City University provides students with in-depth knowledge in the fields of law enforcement, forensics, corrections, and juvenile justice. Learn through hands-on experiences and train in areas of investigative forensics, criminology, and police administration. A career-focused major is in your reach and all in a Christian university setting that feels like home. Oakland City University.
Moving right along, bottom of the 6th inning here on the Otters Digital Network and YouTube channel. Preston Leinbach with you on the call. You're listening to Evansville Otters Baseball as they are on the road at the Gateway Grizzlies. Otters leading 8-5, bottom of the 6th. A new pitcher for Evansville. As Tim Holdgrafer's night is done, it's the left-hander Abraham Almonte taking the baseball. And the first batter that he'll face, the 6-hole batter, the right fielder, Jay Prather. Prather, Jones, Valo, 6, 7, 8 due up for the Grizzlies. For Almonte, his season getting better as it goes along. 4.60 ERA as continues, again, each time to just get better as the season goes on. 2-0 record, 15th appearance, 15 2/3 innings. He has struck out 17 on the season. Good to Holdgrafer's line here after this next pitch. The 2-0 fouled back 2-1. So for Holdgrafer, the start tonight, he goes 5 innings, enough to qualify for the win if the results hold. 7 hits allowed, 5 runs, 5 earned, 3 walks, 6 strikeouts. Two-one from Almonte. Did he go? Looks like he did not. Held up. 3-1 for Prather. Almonte, the lefty in his second season with the Otters, joined the club back in 2019. Dealt with injury for most of that season. Bounced back and here at the club. Walks the leadoff batter Prather though. Justin Jones up next. A left-hander from Danbury, Connecticut. Oddly enough, before he joined the Otters, he was with the Kane County Cougars. So some previous ties, I guess you could say, with the Kane County Cougars and the Evansville Otters. Even before the acquisitions of Baez and Allen. As at the time, the Kane County Cougars were affiliated with the Arizona Diamondbacks organization when Almonte pitched for them. Again, they're no longer affiliated. They are in the American Association, which for a lot of our Evansville fans, they'll remember that the American Association used to be the AAA league for the Evansville Triplets. Now the American Association, again, an independent league, which when it comes to independent baseball, the three-headed monster, if you will, is basically the Atlantic League, the American Association, and the Frontier League. Those are the top 3. They're kind of the big dogs when it comes to independent baseball. There are many other smaller leagues out there. You got the United Shore up in Michigan, the Pecos League. You got the Pacific Association out west. Like I said, many independent leagues, but those 3 lead the way. And Evansville is part of one of them in the Frontier League, an MLB Partner League, forming that partnership in the last year. Of course, good news with that partnership, and then of course the expansion of adding more teams to the Frontier League when the expansion and merger happened with the K&M League, which at the time was an independent league as well. 2-2 the count, bottom of the 6th. To Justin Jones, runner at first. Almonte out of the stretch, deals home. That went in the turf, 3-2, and last couple pitches have been just that, kind of thrown into the turf. So Almonte maybe overthrowing a little bit. course, I think the hope would be to get a quick inning from Almonte, let him go the 7th. Then bring Spring in for the 8th. Sawyer on the back end as the 3-run lead would hold for a safe situation if we were to get to that point. Fouled off 3-2. If not, you have Almonte go the 6th. Maybe Spring goes the 7th, 8th. Sawyer again on the back end. Of course, now with the addition of Augie Gallardo, who has been strong in his last couple outings, you can really bridge that gap to the back end of the bullpen. He's looked really good in his last couple appearances for the Otters. This one, not hit very hard, but had some good distance to it as it goes all the way to left center. Baez down to a knee to make a half sliding catch for the first out. Jones retired. Prather able to get back to first base, so no double off this time. We talked about Baez's speed earlier, and from a defensive standpoint, there's been a few times where maybe he steps in, then has to go back, or backpedals and goes in. So maybe the initial step is, you know, he's still trying to read the ball off the bat a little bit, but his closing speed and the ability to recover has been amazing to watch. Because again, usually if you don't get that first read, you're in trouble in the outfield, but that's not the case for Baez so far in his first week in an Otters uniform. He's able to close out and get back to the baseball. Is this quickly 0-2 to Valo, swing and a miss on that last one. Held up just enough. 1-2 is that one was almost close enough into the top of the zone to be a called strike anyway. As Almonte comes set, just above the belt with the glove, the pitch. Runner goes. Not in time as it looked like the ball short hopped second base. It's hard to tell from the camera angle. And now Prather comes up limping a little bit. He must have slid awkwardly into the second base bag. He's in there safely with the stolen base. The pitch high and outside for a ball, 2-2 the count. But it looks like Prather might have tweaked the ankle a little bit. He's going to walk it off and tells us training staff, go back to the dugout. I don't need you. I'm good. So stolen base by Prather. Kind of an interesting risk to take when you're down 3 runs. Man, I know you're trying to get in the scoring position, but also you kind of need base runners. It's bottom of the 6th, not too many innings left, and this one's gone. This one is long gone. All the way to the big sponsorship wall in right field, past the short fence. As Valo goes yard off of Almonte. It's a 2-run home run. And it's a 1-run ball game. Otters lead 8-7 now. As that pitch was left up and in the strike zone. So Connor Owings, who's 0 for 2. 1 out. Pitch misses up and in. Like I said earlier, this is a back and forth game. This is not over yet. Not even close. Gotta give credit to the Grizzlies. Despite their record, they've given some fits to the Otters and some of the other teams in the Frontier League. That one fouled back, 1-1. For Evansville, they don't have to see Sam Garner. He pitched last night up in Schaumburg, and he's the one that pitched the gateway to a win in the series opener a week ago last Friday here at Bosse Field. That one also above the letters, 2-1 now. The rest of the weekend probables, swing and a miss, 2-2. Scott, the lefty, will go tomorrow for Evansville. Portela, the righty, on Sunday. He started the series opener on Tuesday at home against Windy City. He'll go Sunday. Scott had the finale against Gateway last Sunday. For Gateway, left-hander Jesse Remington tomorrow, right-hander Jack DeCinso on Sunday. So 2 new pitchers for Gateway tomorrow and Sunday that the Otters have not seen. Swing and a miss, a strikeout for the second out of the inning. Owens goes down. Because if you remember last week, after Barrett in the rotation, it was Matt Mulhern who started on the Sunday finale against Scott. But a little shakeup in the rotation for Gateway here this weekend. 2 down. Back to the top of the order, Abdiel Diaz. Pair of walks and a ground out to second here tonight. First pitch, high bouncer to short. De Jesus will glove and throw over to first for the final out. Otters have a 1-run lead. It's 8-7. Valo hit that 2-run shot in this home half of the 6th. We'll head to the 7th here on the Otters Digital Network and YouTube channel.
We love our kids and want them to be healthy. After all, a healthy child can make for a happy child. That's why Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield offers health insurance for children up to age 18 at low or no cost. From doctor visits to dental care, Anthem is here to put resources at your fingertips and simple solutions within your reach. And that is something to smile about. Call 1-800-403-0864 to enroll today. To learn more, visit anthem.com/inmedicaid.
Getting ready and keeping fit for baseball season is hard work. That's why you'll find Evan at Bob's Gym. Getting fit, having fun, being an Otter. Be like Evan. Try a free 3-day pass at Bob's.
Heading to the top of the 7th here on the Evansville Otters YouTube channel, the Otters Digital Network. Your home for Evansville Otters baseball, the AudioCast of the road games. Preston Lineback here with you on the call tonight. We thank you for joining us, tuning in on this Friday night. As we'll have the AudioCast for this long road trip. Andy De Jesus leads off, followed by Felix and Gordon, 7-8-9 for the Otters in the top of the 7th. De Jesus on the night, 2 RBI single, a fly out. And then last time up, bunted for a single back to the pitcher. Takes strike 1. De Jesus was acquired a couple off seasons ago now, I guess, from the Gary South Shore Railcats of the American Association. Looks at strike 2. Former Indiana State product of the Missouri Valley Conference, which for me, a rival school to my alma mater. I'm local, the University of Evansville. So, He, for him it's go Sycamores. For me, it's go Purple Aces. Swing and a miss, a strikeout. It gets away, but Bragno can easily throw down to first for the completion of the strikeout. So one gone. Quickly here in the top of the 7th, Felix up next with a pair of strikeouts. He walked his last time up. And there's that bases loaded walk that provided the Otters with the lead. At the time, 6-5. It's 8-7 now. So that one bounces in the turf after Riley Crane at the time had some insurance runs added to his tally with the double, but Valo hit that long home run last half inning. Felix takes one toward right center, caught by the center fielder Woodcock for the fly out, now number 2. So I'll bring up Miles Gordon with nobody on and 2 out here at the top of the 7th as we're approaching the 7th inning stretch. Ball 2, Gordon away. So far tonight, Gordon 0 for 3 with a pair of strikeouts and a flyout to right. I'll tell you what, when we come back from the 7th inning stretch, we'll take another look at the scoreboard around the league. Now an in 2-0 now to Gordon. Looks like there is a final. Yeah, we'll get to that here shortly after the stretch. Time called. As both sides will regroup. Quickly regrouping. Easterwood not wasting any time, or excuse me, Cody Thompson not wasting any time. Quick pitching. Miles Gordon there. For ball 3. The 3-0 down below the knees. That's a 2-out walk for Gordon, making his way down to first base. Sometimes that quick pitch, you kind of do it to throw the batter off with the timing of their routine in the batter's box. But sometimes, more importantly, I think it throws off the pitcher. I mean, I get what they're trying to do, either go quick sometimes, slow at others, but just to kind of keep the batter off balance. But if you're going out of rhythm yourself as a pitcher, are you throwing yourself out of whack, throwing your mechanics off? Throwing your rhythm out of place as Gordon takes off of the first pitch to McNamee. Safe at second. Stolen base for Gordon. As there's a called strike to McNamee. And again, the line for McNamee tonight, 3 walks with a strikeout. So you can see with the 3 walks, McNamee has definitely taken the leadoff batter approach here tonight at the top of the order as he looks at the slider down away for a ball, 1-1. Ground ball to the first baseman, Valo. He'll take it unassisted for the 3rd out. The Otters strand 1 in the inning. It's time to stretch. Evansville leads Gateway 8-7. You're listening to Evansville Otters Baseball on the Otters Digital Network and YouTube channel.
Fix up your home with Heritage. Our home improvement financing options can help you change your home now and pay for it over time. Upgrade your home. Make home repairs. Remodel a kitchen. Build a new deck. Add a new room. Remodel your bath. Update appliances. Whether it's a small weekend project or a large renovation, Heritage Federal Credit Union can help you finance your improvements today. Fix up your home with Heritage.
Before you danced the first dance. Before you walked down the aisle. Before the tables were set with care. Before you penned a single invitation. Before the day that went beyond your wildest expectations. There was the little green box from Brinker's Jewelers for befores and happily ever afters.
All right, we're back. Here in the bottom of the 7th, the new pitcher in for Evansville looks like the right-hander Tyler Spring taking over in relief. Get to his stats here in a moment, because as promised, a scoreboard update, FrenchLeagueTV.com scoreboard update for you. Top of the 8th, Schaumburg leads Lake Erie 6-1. So that one, well in favor, I would say at this point for Schaumburg to hold on. A high-scoring close battle, almost like a football score. Top of the 8th, Tri-City now on top of Sussex County 12-11. Top of the 8th, Joliet and Windy City now tied at 1. Bottom of the 7th, New Jersey Jackals 7, the New York Boulders 2. The one final I mentioned a moment ago, the Wild Things of Washington defeating Equipe Quebec 8-3. And again, the score that matters most to us here in Evansville and those listening, I'm sure. The Florence Yalls lead 7-3 against the Miners. So the Yalls have come back to take the lead in that one. So as things hold, the difference in the standings, the games back number would stay the same between the Otters and the Yalls, but still a lot of baseball to be played. And so we return to action again. Spring on the mound. Ty Moore with an infield single to lead off the inning. Be Regno next for Zario, and if needed, I guess, if the inning is extended, Woodcock. First pitch to Regno, back to Spring, 2-2 for 1, over the first, in time, 1-6-3, the double play. Just like that, 2 gone. Great turn on the reaction play by Spring to get the baseball and throw it over to second. And with Regno, you got plenty of time, no need to rush on the back end of that play. So real quickly here, Spring, his numbers on the season, in case we don't have time for it. 5-0 record, 2.49 ERA, making his 36th appearance, 47 innings thrown. He did pick up a 2-inning save earlier this week. 53 strikeouts entering tonight's appearance. Opposing batters hitting 189. Rosario at the plate. Had an RBI double back early in the game in his first plate appearance. Has since struck out and then flew out to center, was part of that 8-4-3 double play where Evansville was able to double up the runner. Ground ball. De Jesus over to first. In time for the out. Quick inning there for the Otters. We head to the 8th. 8-7 the score in favor of Evansville. This is Evansville Otters Baseball on the Otters Digital Network and YouTube channel.
If you're looking for a liquor store in Evansville, look no further than Liquor Locker. The Liquor Locker has the best selection at the best prices, including the largest craft beer and bourbon selection in the area. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff will help you find the beer, wine, and liquor you need for any occasion. And check out the fine selection of cigars at all Liquor Locker stores. Liquor Locker is now open Sundays 12 to 8 p.m. and offers citywide delivery. Visit one of our 10 conveniently located stores in the Evansville area today. There is always something for everyone at the Liquor Locker.
Cheer up, Evan. This rain will be out soon. You should download the 14 First Alert app and see for yourself. You can see what's coming up to 7 days in advance, or you can break it down hour by hour. Check out live radar so you can see what's happening in real time. And you can watch 14 News live directly from the app. See, there's nothing to worry about.
Stay in the game with the 14 First Alert app.
Top of the 8th, Evansville Otters baseball. Otters Digital Network in the YouTube channel. Your home for exclusive Evansville Otters live audiocast content as well as Otters TV content. Thank you for tuning in tonight. Preston Lineback here with you on the call. And as always, as I mentioned, stay up to date with the latest on EvansvilleOtters.com as well as our social media, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. I mentioned that promotional schedule earlier for the final homestand, September 7th through the 12th, the last week of the regular season. Our last chance, at least in the regular season. Hopefully there'll be some more games at Bosse Field in the postseason. But here's how that promotional schedule lays out. On Tuesday the 7th, that series opener against Joliet, 6:35 start. It's a Taco Tuesday. Get a nice deal with tacos for $2. You also got nachos, discounted Corona Modelo. Don't forget about the frozen margaritas at Bosse Field as well. On that Wednesday, it's an early 10:05 a.m. start time for Education Day. So again, that's a 10:05 start on the 8th. And don't forget, it's still Senior Connection Wednesday, $2 GEA tickets for 55 and older. Thursday the 9th, you won't want to miss this. 6:35 start, brought to you by Ascension. It's Thirsty Thursday, the last Thirsty Thursday with the discounted drafts and domestic cans of your favorite adult beverages. Also an Evansville Triplets celebration where, according to my sources, another themed jersey night. The Otters will be wearing replica themed Triplets jerseys from back in the early 70s where, if you remember, there was that light blue color. Some other exciting events happening that night as well. So stay tuned for more information. Top of the 8th, Josh Allen leading off. A couple big rips, or at least one big rip. It's now 1 ball, 1 strike. New pitcher is John Murphy, number 31. This one fisted out toward intermediate right center, and it's down for hit for Josh Allen. So he's on base to lead off the inning, followed by Baez and Crane. So that's through that series against Joliet. Now going to the weekend, the series finale of the regular season against Lake Erie. Friday the 10th at 6:35 start. As Evan's campaign for the American Cancer Society, as you have seen here at the ballpark here recently, you can text and make a donation as Evan helps raise awareness and funds for the American Cancer Society. That will be the regular season wrap-up for his campaign, but his actual campaign will continue again through Breast Cancer Awareness Month in October, as that one's up and into Baez. On Saturday the 11th, 6:35 start as well. Centerpoint Energy Boys and Girls Club bring you First Responders Night. That night, the Otters want to recognize not only the first responders of the pandemic and the frontline workers of the last year fighting COVID-19, but also, again, it's 9/11. It's been 20 years since that devastating day. And we want to recognize the first responders of our law enforcement, emergency worker personnel, firefighters, you name it. We want to recognize all of those who, again, risk their lives to help protect us. As Baez flies out to right for the first out, Allen stays put at first. That'll bring up Crane. And then the last one, game number 96 on the regular season schedule at Bosse Field, a 12:35 start presented by Evansville Trails. It'll be the last dog days of summer, the last chance for you to bring your dog to the ballpark for an afternoon of baseball. And don't forget about the $2 hot dogs at the concession stand. So again, don't miss out to take advantage of those deals by bringing your dog in for free And they're getting the discounted hot dog. There's also Customer Appreciation Day, as the Otters will extend their gratitude and appreciation to all of our fans for their support throughout the season, as well as all of our corporate partners and sponsors as well for their support of the 2021 Evansville Otters season. So, again, that's a look at the promotional schedule of that last homestand to wrap up the regular season. But again, stay tuned. Hopefully we'll have some more fun stuff coming up once we secure that playoff spot for the Evansville Otters' sake as they make their push for the postseason. So knock on wood that happens. We want to host more games. We didn't have enough of them this season to make up for last season. We want to have more. We want to hopefully have at minimum, let's see, I guess 6 games. Depending on how it all plays out, you know, a few more games. If not, even less than that. We want to try to clinch that title early. And again, a little ambitious to think about that. But again, this team's good enough to win it all, and we want them to keep pushing on and again see more of the fans here back at Bosse Field. It's a 1-1 count to Crane. 1 out, top of the 8th, runner at first. 8-7 Evansville leading. This one pulled foul, 1-2, as that's over by Boots Day. Can you believe it? A milestone year for him, his 55th season in professional baseball. 56th year overall for Boots Day, whether it be as a player, coach, scout, you name it. 55 seasons. That's a heck of a career right there for Boots Day. For that resume, it's a long list. It's definitely more than one page when you put that resume together. And not only that, as this one's high and away 2-2, he is disclosed to us that all 55 of those seasons, he's worked on 1-year contracts, because that's kind of how it used to be and how it worked back in the day for him when he started his career. And he just stuck with it. And as he put it, kind of keeps him on his toes when it comes to his job security in baseball. It is now the count full to Crane. And it looks like as the hours go on late into the night, the crowd is slowly starting to dissipate a little bit from the stands at GCS Ballpark. Crane fouls it back. Count still 3-2. I've enjoyed my trips to GCS Ballpark. Again, you can't beat at least the view when you turn around to the backside of the ballpark and see the skyline of St. Louis in the arch. Got some good food, as I mentioned earlier, the Country Bob's Grill House. GCS Ballpark known for their baseball's best menu with the burger and the nachos and many other specialties. That one also fouled, this time to the third base side. And let's face it, for us here in Evansville, it's not a bad trip. It's only 2.5 hours. It's a nice little short trip. Same could be said for the trip to Rent One Park in Marion, about a little over an hour and a half, I guess. Florida's still reasonably close, although it's a little bit longer, about 4 hours, I guess, just before you get to Cincinnati. The Chicago team is about 6 hours or so. Lake Erie about 8. Same for Washington. Don't know the time map on the trips to the East Coast teams because Evansville did not have to make those trips this year, but we expect to see those trips to make Canada and the New York, New Jersey area on the schedule in the near future in the coming years. So once again, it's John Murphy on the mound. His overall numbers this year are 6.04 ERA, 27th appearance, 1-2 record, 28 1/3 innings total, 40 strikeouts. Now, since joining the Grizzlies, 4.77 ERA, 9 appearances, only 11 1/3 of those innings, 17 strikeouts. Off the end of the bat, is it playable? It will drop in foul territory near the Gateway bullpen, as looks like it was Diaz who, of course, gave it the long run to make a play on it. So the count will remain the same, 3-2, top of the 8th, 1 out. runner at first, 8-7 Evansville ahead. Crane at the plate, Mattis on deck. Check on the runner at first. That's Allen. Had a single in this inning to lead off. This one gets into the corner in right field. It got past both the first and second baseman on the shift. It's a double for Crane. His second double of the game. And for the matter of the stats, in his second consecutive at bat, he had a double in his last appearance at the plate with 2 RBIs. Looks like Allen stayed put at third, did not try to push it. So 2 runners in scoring position for the Otters. So again, John Murphy on the mound. In their official roster, he wears 31, but again with these, looks like themed jerseys, wearing number 44. So after a little chat on the mound between Cam Roth and the infield, here comes Gary Mattis for Evansville. He steps in, Crane at second, Allen at third. The first pitch, swing and a miss. Big cut there from Mattis. Mattis tonight, a walk, a ground out, another walk, and then a single on the infield. So this game is now a few minutes over 3 hours old. So this one's fouled away on the right side down the first base line. So we thank you for staying up, I guess, a little late for some to tune in and listen to Evansville Otters baseball. And if you're already in bed and you're missing out on the end, that's okay. We'll have the recap posted for you online, EvansvilleOtters.com, as well as our social media, so that way you can get caught up on the late night results here in this game between Evansville and Gateway. Pitch down the way of the turf. It looks like Mass was able to hold up. And perhaps not. Maybe he did go. It's 1-2. Nope, 1-2 because of the strike, foul ball, and ball called. Okay. So the umpire's giving like 2 different signals here. It's kind of confusing. Swings and misses at the 1-2 for a strikeout. 2 out here in the inning. So I'll bring up J.R. Davis. His line tonight, a walk, a ground out, and 2 strikeouts. As I would like to see these 2 runners in scoring position come home. They need the insurance runs here late in the game. Just have a little bit of breathing room. First pitch swinging fouled back by Davis. This 1-run game. Game 1 of the weekend set. Just getting started of the 3-game series at Gateway. And then, of course, just getting set with 10 games, 11 days, all on the road. Evansville this year, 510-10 in one-run contest. This one in on the hands, fouled back. With the quick inning last inning, you would suspect that maybe Spring comes back out onto the mound. But considering this top half of the eighth is maybe taking a little bit longer than you would like to see if you're Spring, because well, you kind of want to stay fresh somehow to go out there and get another inning. Count 1-2 for that pitch missed down the way on the breaking ball. As Davis steps out for a sec, regroups, and then he'll step back in. That one low, 2-2 the count. The 2-2. Swing and miss. Another strikeout for Davis, his third of the night, and that will end the inning as John Murphy gets out of the jam for Gateway on the mound. Well, to the bottom of the eighth, the Grizzlies up to bats. You're listening to Evansville Otters Baseball on the Otters YouTube channel and the Otters Digital Network.
Welcome to a place that feels like home. A place that cares about all of you. Built to help you grow in more ways than you could possibly imagine. To make new friends, travel new paths, soar to new heights, and deepen your spiritual experience. Welcome to Oakland City University.
CenterPoint Energy's newest generation of safe, efficient energy includes capturing and harnessing the natural power of pure sunshine. We are increasing solar in our balanced and reliable energy mix as we power our region with more clean, renewable energy. We're bringing a little piece of the sun to every home and business while reducing carbon emissions and helping create a cleaner environment. It's just a little something for your smart energy future.
Heading to the bottom of the eighth here on the Evansville Otters Digital Network and YouTube channel. Preston Linebach with you on the call. Thank you for tuning in. 8-7 Evansville leads over Gateway here on the road at GCS Ballpark. Tyler Spring does go back out to the mound to start his second inning of work. As he had a quick seventh inning, so why not? Save a couple arms of the bullpen. Should be Woodcock, Prather, and Jones due up, according to what I have down here on my notes. As ready to go. Nope, not quite. As Woodcock has to adjust the shin guard real quick. First pitch to Woodcock. Down and in, called a strike. Evansville will take that call. Getting ahead in the count, 0-1. For Woodcock tonight, 2 RBI single to right, an RBI, or excuse me, just an RBI. Let me try this again. 2 RBI single to right, then just a single to left, no RBIs, and then a strikeout swinging. Grounder back to Spring. He'll underhand it to Crane for out number 1. So nice little start to the bottom of the 8th. So we're approaching the 10 o'clock hour here in the Central Time Zone for here are the locals. Or for wherever you may be listening, it's again approaching 10 o'clock here in the Central Time Zone. Which means a couple things. One, based on checking the schedule here, the lights here at our ballpark that we are currently broadcasting remotely from will be shutting off here shortly. So I might have to turn those back on just to lighten up things for me on my way out, as didn't anticipate the game lasting this long, but it's baseball. I should have known better. Count 1-1 here to Prather. But also, and we've mentioned this before on the air, when it becomes 10 o'clock, the stoplight at the intersection of Heidelbach and Maxwell, just beyond the left field wall of Bosse Field, well, it'll become a flashing light as the traffic slows down in the middle of the night. I'll let you know when that happens. It's something to keep an eye on for us when it gets late in the game. It's been a long day, long night. Foul ball, 1-2. It's the small things after a long season. You gotta entertain yourself and keep it loose, relaxed, and fun. 2-2 as that one misses down. Ground ball to Crane. That's an easy trot for him, unassisted. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th. It's Tyler Spring again pitching for the Otters, the tall, lanky right-hander from Mississippi. Last stint is Southern Miss. Had a short stint with Mississippi State and teammate of Elijah McNamee back a few years ago as well. Justin Jones, the shortstop. And there it is, folks. It's 10 o'clock. The stoplight is now flashing over at the intersection. We've hit the mark. Justin Jones, a single to center for an RBI, strikeout and a fly out here tonight. 2-0 the count. And there went the field lights. There's a strike called. 2-1 the count now. Two 2-1. That one's pulled and past Mattis down the line toward the corner. Baez trying to dig it out. He'll fire it into second. Not in time. It's a 2-out double for Justin Jones. That keeps the inning alive for the Gateway Grizzlies here at the bottom of the 8th. Valo pops this one up. Coming in Gordon calls off the backing up Allen for out number 3, straining the runner at second base. To the ninth, Evansville leads 8-7. You're listening to Evansville Otters Baseball on the Otters YouTube channel and the Otters Digital Network.
Every 6 minutes, the utility line is damaged due to reckless digging. So Indiana relies on these 811 superheroes. Derek the Builder.
I dig for a living, but I always contact 811.
Mary the Gardener.
Before I plant a tree, I contact 811.
And Mike the Contractor.
I contact 811 before I do my work.
Prevent damage or injury. Call 811 anytime or go online 811now.com. This message is sponsored by the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission and this station.
Come be a part of a nationally recognized program in criminal justice. The Criminal Justice Program at Oakland City University provides students with in-depth knowledge in the fields of law enforcement, forensics, corrections, and juvenile justice. Learn through hands-on experiences and train in areas of investigative forensics, criminology, and police administration. A career-focused major is in your reach and all in a Christian university setting that feels like home. Oakland City University.
Heading to the ninth here on the Otters Digital Network and the YouTube channel. Evansville Otters Baseball, Preston Lambach here with you. Otters lead by 1, 8-7. DeJesus to start, followed by Felix and Goring, the bottom of the order. Swinging strike there from DeJesus, 0-1. Let's give you an update here real quick, and my goodness, things have gotten out of hand in Florence. The Y'alls lead 13-3 now against the Miners. Bottom of the 7th inning. DeJesus fouls one back, 0-2. So it's a 10-run lead for the Y'alls. Schaumburg finishes off the Crushers. Crushers did make a little bit of a rally, though. Final score 6-4 Schaumburg. Still 13-12. Ahead of Sussex County, the Tri-City Valley Cats ahead in that one, bottom of the ninth. 1-1, bottom of the ninth. Slammers, Thunderbolts, looks like they might be on their way to extra innings, and who knows, a home run derby. Jackals have basically added on their insurance runs, 12-2 against the Boulders. The 1-2 on its way to DeJesus. Inside, evens the count, 2-2. Once again, tomorrow night, Game 2 of the series, 6:45 start. We'll have it for you here on the YouTube channel for an audio cast. And we'll have the familiar fill-in voices back with us tomorrow night. Jevin, Jordan, Zane. I'll sit back and let them enjoy themselves. I might jump in for a comment or two, but I'll go back to being just the producer from behind the scenes. And it's the count. After another foul ball, 2-2. It's fun working with those guys, though. Of course, Jevin and Jordan were the broadcasters of the 2016 championship run. Zane, the PA voice of the Otters. Myself here in my 5th season with the club. Count runs full, 3-2. A lot of interesting perspectives, personalities, and stories as well. A 3-2 on its way. High and outside for ball 4. A leadoff walk to DeJesus. That's an important base runner right there for Evansville if they can at least get him around to score, if not more. Here goes Felix, the catcher for Evansville, with 2 strikeouts, a walk, and then flew out to center his last time up. Felix was acquired early on in the year in a trade with the Sioux City Explorers of the American Association, as was Abernathy and Joe Riley out of the Otters bullpen, as Felix tries to bunt, bunts it foul first base side. 0-1. Check on the runner at first. Back in safely to Jesus. Pitch to Felix, popped up to the backstop, sliding play into the wall by Regno. Tip of the cap there, making a nice play, sliding again into the padded wall behind the plate. Pop out for out number 1. That's a tough play when you're trying to watch the ball in the middle of the sky and yet you're approaching a barrier. And there's a little bit of room behind the plate there, just yes, but not too much. You can kind of get on you pretty quickly. So here's Gordon. 2 strikeouts, a fly out, and a walk in his last plate appearance. Looks at strike 1. That one's low for a ball. Regno came up ready to fire in case DeJesus wanted to cheat a little bit towards second. It's 1-1. As Gordon swings and misses at a pitch up in the zone, it looked appetizing, I would say, to go after a pitch. Looked like a fastball. Well, it didn't look overly fast, though. I mean, it looked like one that your eyes get big and ready to put into play, but just could not make contact. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out, 1 on. 8-7, Evansville leads, top of the 9th. This one fouled away. 1-2 still. Again tomorrow night, 6:45 the start. It'll be Remington versus Scott. 2 lefties on the mound for each side, respectively. Braden Scott for Evansville, Remington for Gateway. And we'll have one more scoreboard update for you by the end of the night. And then hopefully maybe some more finals as well, and we'll give a better look on how the standings will look by the end of the night going into tomorrow's action. Another foul ball, 1-2. Check on DeJesus, back in safely. As DeJesus takes his lead, getting a little bit an extra step or two towards second. There he goes. He's going to have to backpedal though, as this is a high fly ball going toward left, coming in. Owens, and he'll bring that down to the glove. So DeJesus will have to go back to first and tag up, and he'll stay put at first base. So fly out to left for Gordon, 2 gone. Back to the top of the order, and McNamee. DeJesus got a good jump. If that ball would have been put into play and on the ground, that would have been maybe all the way to third base for DeJesus, if not more, depending if that would have found the alley. So here's McNamee. Looks toward Murphy on the mound. Takes a called strike fastball down in the low corner. Another check on the runner at first. Back in safely. So like I said, with this road trip, Evansville will come back to Evansville after Sunday night's game. Get to sleep in their own beds. With their host family's residence. So that one's away, 1-1. At least get a good night's sleep Sunday night and hopefully Monday night rather. Enjoy themselves Monday on their off day. Go out. I know a lot of them like to go out and play golf on their off day. Some still go to the gym to work out and go maybe to the theater, see a movie. But then they'll get back on the bus Tuesday for 6 games on the road straight or 7 games rather. I keep forgetting about that Monday Labor Day game. The 3 in Marion against the Miners, and then up to Schaumburg against the Boomers for those 4 games on the holiday weekend. Another called strike. 1-2 the count. Again, it's a 1-run lead for the Otters, 8-7. Runner at first, 2 outs. McNamee at the plate. The pitch home. Swung on and missed. That will end the top of the 9th. Murphy's fired up. And it's an 8-7 score as we go to the bottom of the 9th. Here we go. Can the Otters close it out and take the series opener? We'll find out. You're listening to Otters Baseball, Otters Digital Network, and YouTube channel.
We love our kids and want them to be healthy. After all, a healthy child can make for a happy child. That's why Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield offers health insurance for children up to age 18 at low or no cost. From doctor visits to dental care, Anthem is here to put resources at your fingertips and simple solutions within your reach. And that is something to smile about. Call 1-800-403-0864 to enroll today. To learn more, visit anthem.com/inmedicaid.
Getting ready and keeping fit for baseball season is hard work. That's why you'll find Evan at Bob's Gym. Getting fit, having fun, being an Otter. Be like Evan. Try a free 3-day pass at Bob's.
Fix up your home with Heritage. Our home improvement financing options can help you change your home now and pay for it over time. Upgrade your home. Make home repairs. Remodel a kitchen. Build a new deck. Add a new room. Remodel your bath. Update appliances. Whether it's a small weekend project or a large renovation, Heritage Federal Credit Union can help you finance your improvements today. Fix up your home with Heritage.
All right, here we go. Bottom of the ninth. Evansville looking to close this one out with an 8-7 lead. Take the series opener on the road at Gateway. Get the road trip back on the, or get the road trip off on the right foot. Get back on the winning track after last night's loss. It's the closer, Logan Sawyer on the mound. Misses high and away to Owings, 9-1-2. So Owings, Diaz, and Moore. Real quickly here, we'll look at Sawyer's line this year: 3.68 ERA, 3-4 record, 19 saves, 29 in the third innings, with 40 strikeouts. Foul back. Count 1 ball, 1 strike. So Sawyer looking for his 20th save of the season. As a called strike. Ooh, late called strike. It's 1-2, and Owens can't believe it. He's going to walk all the way back to the near on-deck circle, and the umpire's like, no, I called a strike. Get back here in the batter's box. Waves him on. So again, the big right-hander Logan Sawyer on the mound. Comes set. That's a ball. 2-2 as that one's down and in. Swing and a miss. There's the first out with the strikeout. I'm sure Owings in his head is a little bit more fuming than what he's showing on the outside for that, again, late called strike. Nonetheless, it's 1 out, 2 away here for a victory for the Otters. So here's the top of the order now. The leadoff batter, Abdiel Diaz. 2 walks and a ground out tonight, the third baseman. Fouls it back to the netting. And as always, the people behind the net flinch. Even though they have the protected netting, you still gotta, you never know where those holes in the net might be. Thankfully for most of the ballparks, though, they do have that extended netting down the lines. Fouled another one, 0-2. Always got to be alert as baseballs can travel at very high speeds. Sometimes faster off the bat than as fast as they travel into the plate. 0-2 the count. Felix gives the sign to the closer for Evansville, Logan Sawyer. He'll pitch it home. He'll get another swing and a miss. Strike 3. 2 gone here in the bottom of the ninth. Otters 1 out away from getting the victory. Again, they only lead by 1, so it's a little bit of a nail biter here. On the edge of your seat type of game, and of course at this point of the season, hoping that the Otters can sustain their Frontier League West Division lead. Ty Moore, number 22, the designated hitter at the plate now. Bounces this one over to short. DeJesus. Oh no, he can't handle it. The game will be extended. Hard to tell if that one just ate him up or if it took a weird English cue bounce on the turf. See what the officials call it. It is an error, so that one just ate up DeJesus. A little miscue there at the end of the game. So hopefully that doesn't cost the Otters. And now a pinch runner, Alonzo Jones, will come in to run at first base for Ty Moore. So Regno now at the plate. Dangerous hitter. You got to be careful here. He can obviously winning now is the go-ahead run, the game-winning run at the plate. Tying run on base. The first pitch to Regno. Drops in for a strike. 0-1. Sawyer looks in. Now he's ready to deliver. The 0-1. Cold strike 2. Regno went with a halfway and then pulled it back. It looked good. I don't know if that was even close to being a ball. Otters are strike away. The pitch, fouled back, just got a piece. So once again, the 0-2 outside for a ball, 1-2. Try to get him to reach for one, get himself out of the game to finalize the win, possibly. But there'll be one more pitch at least. So Regno regroups, steps in, waves his bat back and forth. Sawyer looks in, now he'll pull up, come set just above the belts. Out of the stretch, fouled. And we'll do it again. See if that put away pitch is in the back pocket of Sawyer. He has the velocity. It's tough to blow it by Regno. Do you get him maybe something with off speed? That one bounced foul. Still 1 ball, 2 strikes. Another pitch. Another foul ball. That one bounced foul. As Regno basically chopping wood just to stay alive. Once again, count 1-2. Bottom of the ninth, 2 outs, 8-7 lead for the Otters. Runner at first. This one grounded toward third. Mattis, he'll throw it on to second for the force out, and that will end the game. The Otters win. The Otters take game 1 by a final score of 8-7. And by the end of it, as Ryan Brown would say, that one went swimmingly. I don't know if it was a smooth swim, but the Otters made it to the end at least. They take game 1 again by the final score of 8-7. Game 2 tomorrow night, 6:45. As we'll step aside, take a break, get the final box score for you, and we'll take one last look around the Frontier League here for the post-game show. That was Otters Baseball on the Otters YouTube channel and Otters Digital Network. We'll be right back.
Before you danced the first dance. Before you walked down the aisle. Before the tables were set with care. Before you penned a single invitation. Before the day that went beyond your wildest expectations. There was the little green box from Brinker's Jewelers for befores and happily ever afters.
If you're looking for a liquor store in Evansville, look no further than Liquor Locker. The Liquor Locker has the best selection at the best prices, including the largest craft beer and bourbon selection in the area. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff will help you find the beer, wine, and liquor you need for any occasion. And check out the fine selection of cigars at all Liquor Locker stores. Liquor Locker is now open Sundays 12 to 8 p.m. and offers citywide delivery. Visit one of our 10 conveniently located stores in the Evansville area today. There is always something for everyone at the Liquor Locker.
Cheer up, Evan. This rain will be out soon. You should download the 14 First Alert app and see for yourself. You can see what's coming up to 7 days in advance, or you can break it down hour by hour. Check out live radar so you can see what's happening in real time. And you can watch 14 News live directly from the app. See, there's nothing to worry about.
Stay in the game with the 14 First Alert app.
Welcome to a place that feels like home. A place that cares about all of you. Built to help you grow in more ways than you could possibly imagine. To make new friends, travel new paths, soar to new heights, and deepen your spiritual experience. Welcome to Oakland City University.
CenterPoint Energy's newest generation of safe, efficient energy includes capturing and harnessing the natural power of pure sunshine. We are increasing solar in our balanced and reliable energy mix as we power our region with more clean, renewable energy. We're bringing a little piece of the sun to every home and business while reducing carbon emissions and helping create a cleaner environment. It's just a little something for your smart energy future.
Every 6 minutes, a utility line is damaged due to reckless digging. So Indiana relies on these 811 superheroes. Derek the Builder.
I dig for a living, but I always contact 811.
Mary the Gardener.
Before I plant a tree, I contact 811.
And Mike the Contractor.
I contact 811 before I do my work.
Prevent damage or injury. Call 811 anytime or go online 811now.com. This message is sponsored by the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission and this station.
Come be a part of a nationally recognized program in criminal justice. The Criminal Justice Program at Oakland City University provides students with in-depth knowledge in the fields of law enforcement, forensics, corrections, and juvenile justice. Learn through hands-on experiences and train in areas of investigative forensics, criminology, and police administration. A career-focused major is in your reach and all in a Christian university setting that feels like home. Oakland City University.
Welcome back to Evansville Otters baseball on the Otters Digital Network and YouTube channel. The post-game show underway as the Otters have taken Game 1 of the weekend series at Gateway 8-7. So again, a good way to bounce back after last night's loss and a good way to start the long road trip. And most importantly, it keeps the Otters ahead in the West Division standings and the race for the postseason. So tonight, Otters win 8-7. That'll move their record to 49-32. Again, first place in the West and the best record in the Frontier League. For the Gateway Grizzlies, they drop to 34-47. Still, again, at the bottom of the standings here in the Frontier League. As we'll refresh the page, take a look quickly at the other scores from around the league. Again, earlier tonight, Schauberg defeated the Crushers 6-4. Top of the ninth now, Florence is ahead 13-5 of the Miners. That's an important race there, so it looks like the Miners will drop that one. The Yalls will keep pace with the Otters. Tri-City defeats Sussex County 13-12. New Jersey defeats New York 12-3. Washington defeated Quebec 8-3. And then Windy City and Joliet tied at 1 in the bottom of the 10th, so it looks like that one might be on its way to a home run derby. And again, tonight, the final score, the Evansville Otters 8, the Gateway Grizzlies 7. As we take a look at the standings, refresh the page here. Here we go. So, Equipe Quebec keeps their lead for the time being by a half game against Tri-City in the Atlantic. Schaumburg ahead of 5.5 in the Central. Sussex County up 1 game now in the Northeast Division. And for the Otters, they still remain 1.5 games ahead of the Florence Yalls. The Miners, with their loss, will drop back to 3.5. So again, the Otters keeping pace with staying ahead of the Florence Yalls. Again, 1.5 the difference in the West Division standings. Again, still a lot of baseball to be played. You know, got the magic numbers here, and here in the next week or so, we'll maybe really start counting down that magic number as the Otters get a victory here tonight. So take a look at the final box score. First for Gateway, offensively an 0 for 3 night for Diaz, 1 for 4 for Moore, 1 for 5 for Regno. Rosario 1 for 4 with an RBI. Woodcock 2 for 4, a pair of runs and a pair of RBIs for him. Prather goes 1 for 3 with an RBI. Jones 2 for 4 with an RBI, and then Valo 2 for 4. And of course, he had 2 RBIs on the home run. Owings finishes out 0 for 4. For the Evansville Otters, an 0 for 3 night at the plate for McNamee, but nonetheless, he did get on base 3 times with a walk and scored all 3 of those times. So you'll take that. Allen batting second with a hit and 2 runs scored. Baez goes yard once again for the 4th time in as many games, as he finished the night with 2 home runs and 2 RBIs. Crane, a big night with 2 doubles, 3 hits overall, 3 driven in. Gary Mattis goes 1 for 3. 0 for 4 night for Davis. 2 for 4 with 2 RBIs for DeJesus. Felix with an RBI. And then Gordon going 0 for 4. For Evansville, their final line overall, 8 runs, 9 hits, 1 error, 11 left on. Gateway goes for 7 runs, 10 hits, no errors, 5 left on. So we take a look now at the pitching lines. Holgrafer gets the win. He moves his record now to 8-3 at 3.59 ERA. Goes 5 innings with 7 hits allowed, 5 runs all earned, 3 walks, and 6 strikeouts. Almonte pitches an inning, allows 2 runs to earn on the home run to Valo. Spring comes in, goes 2 innings, allowing just 2 hits. And then the save, number 20 on the season for Sawyer, pitching the last inning with a pair of strikeouts. On the Gateway pitching lines, Barrett takes the loss, 3-7 with a 7.03 ERA now. 4 1/3 for him, 4 hits, 6 runs, 6 earned, 6 walks, 7 strikeouts. Easterwood goes an inning for 2 hits, 2 runs allowed, earned, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts. Thompson, an inning and 2/3, 1 hit, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts. And then Murphy goes the last 2 innings for Gateway, allowing 2 hits with 1 walk and 3 strikeouts. Time of the game was 3 hours and 36 minutes. And again, the Otters get the victory, moving their record to 49-32. The Gateway Grizzlies 34-47. So with that, that'll be how we wrap up tonight's game and tonight's audio cast. We want to thank you once again for tuning in here on this late Friday night. We want to also thank, again, the colleagues of ours in the French League over across the way at Gateway for their assistance in helping us continue to bring you Evansville Otters baseball action with their, again, assistance of utilizing the video feed of theirs on FrenchLeagueTV.com, as well as providing us the lineups as well. So once again, tonight's final score, Evansville Otters 8, Gateway Grizzlies 7. We'll be back tomorrow night with another audio cast here on the Evansville Otters YouTube channel. First pitch at 6:45. We thank you for tuning in. I've been Preston Leinenbach. So long for now on the Otters Digital Network.